Good morning, everyone. I am Christina Ferrando, Head of Research at the Yale Center for British Art, or the YCBA, and I am delighted to welcome you to Art, Museum, Nation. This symposium convenes colleagues, curators, educators, and friends of the museum on the occasion of our reopening and the reinstallation of our fourth floor galleries. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that all museums, including the YCBA, are sited at the intersection of many historic and ongoing relationships between peoples, nations, and cultural heritage. Indeed, with this understanding, our planning for the YCBA's reopening has prompted important questions about what it means to display a representative history of national art. Since our founding in 1977, the YCBA has endeavored to, quote, present the story of British art and its global context from the 15th century to today, a span of time that itself encompasses the development of the modern British nation-state. As the largest collection of British art outside the geographic borders of the United Kingdom, the YCBA contends with this history through acquisitions and exhibitions, research, public programs, and educational initiatives. This year, we reopened to the public after intermittent periods of closure, and we have already begun plans for the museum's 50th anniversary in 2027. These new chapters offer moments of reflection about our work and the communities we serve, our research and the ideas our scholarship supports, and our founding and future. With that in mind, this symposium was developed to consider the historic and contemporary relationship between nations and art museums. Among many questions, the symposium will ask, how have ideas of the nation shaped the civic and public role of art museums? How do museums contend with the fluidity of national borders and recognize ideas of diaspora and legacies of empire? In what way are frameworks of nation or nationality useful for the study of art? And what models exist for rethinking the conceptions of nationhood in art museums today? Today's symposium is organized as a series of moderated roundtables, followed by time for questions from the audience. The day will begin with our keynote conversation between Christine Riding of the National Gallery in London and Andrea Baer of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Lucinda Lax, YCBA Interim Head of the Curatorial Division, will moderate. Following the keynote, there will be 3 panels. The first will consider recent critical approaches to curating nationally focused collections and be followed by a lunch break. After lunch, we will return with panel 2, exploring the history of national art collections and their changing mandates over time. Our third and final panel will synthesize the ideas discussed through the symposium, look to the future of art collecting, and consider new models of stewardship. I would like to thank our panelists and express my gratitude for all those who have supported the development of this symposium. I would especially like to thank the YCBA's current director, Martina Droth, former director, Courtney J. Martin, our former interim director, Dick Broadhead. I also want to thank my colleagues throughout the YCBA who have worked tirelessly to prepare for this reopening and this symposium. Thank you to Lucinda Lax and the curatorial team in paintings and sculpture for the tremendous reinstallation of our 4th floor galleries, which I invite everyone to view after the program. Thank you to Rachel Chattelbash and Annie Pulagura for helping to develop this symposium, and to Gemma Field, Jennifer Collins, Hannah Stamler, and Claire Tonks for their help with planning. Finally, I will close with a few housekeeping notes. Today's program will be live streamed on our website, and a recording will be made available later on our YouTube channel. For those attending in person, please wait for a microphone before asking a question in the question and answer period, so we make sure the program remains accessible for all participants. We will pause throughout the day for short breaks, including the midday pause for lunch at your leisure. You can follow along with today's schedule on our website. Thank you again for your attention, interest, and support of the YCBA and this program. It is my pleasure now to invite Lucinda Lax and our keynote speakers, Andrea Baer and Christine Riding, to begin our day of thought-provoking conversations.
Thank you so much, Christina, for that extremely kind introduction, and welcome everybody to this keynote panel, which is going to consider what it means to be a national museum in the global world. And we're really privileged today to have with us two curators whose reputations match those of their institutions, have similar global reach as their institutions. And that is Christine Riding from the National Gallery in London and Andrea Baer from the Metropolitan Museum in New York. So Christine is Director of Collections and Research at the National Gallery in London. Previously, she was Jacob Rothschild Head of the Curatorial Department and Curator of British Painting for 4 years, until her appointment to her present role in February 2023. At the National Gallery, she has curated a number of monographic exhibitions, her most recent focusing on perhaps the most archetypally English image in English art, Constable's Hayway. She is also the directorial lead for NG200, The Wonder of Art, a celebration of the gallery's bicentenary in 2024. This includes the first complete redisplay of the National Gallery's art collection in more than 30 years. Christine also led the development of the gallery's new research strategy from 2023, which is going to, well, it started in 2023, leading up to 2028, and is now focusing on the major refurbishment of the research centre for 2028. And Andrea is the Director of Collections and Administration at the Metropolitan Museum, New York. Before her appointment to this position in 2018, Andrea was previously the Jane Reitzman Curator in the Department of European Paintings. An expert on Italian Renaissance art, Andrea has worked on a range of exhibitions, both thematic investigations and monographic shows. Her most recent exhibition is Making the Met, 1870 to 2020, organised in celebration of the museum's 150th anniversary, of which we'll be hearing more later. Outside the Department of European Paintings, she was the founding co-chair of the Directors' Exhibition Committee in 2013, and in 2016, the Italian government honoured her as a ufficiale of the Ordine, my pronunciation is terrible, della Stella d'Italia. Apologies for terrible Italian pronunciation. So thank you so much to both of you for being here today. I just wanted to kind of kick off the discussion thinking about your two institutions and how, in many ways, when we're thinking about this question of, what it means to be a national museum in a global world, how there are so many, in a way, similarities, but also, of course, so many contrasts. And of course, the clue is in the names of the institution. So I wonder if we could maybe begin by just thinking about the origins and the kind of formative concerns of each of the institutions. Christine, perhaps you'd like to kick off.
Well, I thought I'd begin actually by explaining what the National Gallery actually is within the context of the museum and gallery sector of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The National Gallery is in fact a charity, but it's also a non-executive, non-departmental public body, which actually supports the Department of Culture, Media and Sport at UK government level. However, as many of you will know, is that culture, media and sport is actually a devolved responsibility to the 4 nations of the United Kingdom, which means that the National Gallery reporting to DCMS, as I'll call it, Department of Culture, Media and Sport, is for England only. So in fact, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland have their own national museums and galleries that they are responsible for. However, and this makes it quite an interesting, within the context of the 200th anniversary of the National Gallery, but also the context of the National Gallery within the United Kingdom, is the fact that the National Gallery is legally, officially, the National Gallery of the United Kingdom, not of England. So when we come on to some of the projects that we did across the UK, I think there'll be interesting some questions and comments around how you navigate the relationship with the United Kingdom, especially given what has happened, a matter of public record over the last 10 or so years. So the other aspect of the National Gallery, which I think is really important, is that actually we have a relatively small collection of some 2,400 works of art, all of which, or predominantly of which, are paintings. So unlike the Met, where the collections are vast and varied and truly global, the National Gallery is really focused on paintings in the Western European tradition. And actually more recently, we adjusted that by losing European, actually focusing on Western tradition in the sense of trying to broaden out who could be represented within the context of the National Gallery's collecting. But it's a small collection and it's actually quite a narrow focus. Not chronologically maybe, because we do start in 1250, but certainly in terms of the collecting policy of the National Gallery in comparison to the V&A or the British Museum and so on, other nationals, quite narrow, I would say. However, the ethos of the National Gallery from the very beginning has been that it would serve the public. And the collection, in fact, it belongs to the UK government, but on behalf of the British people. So from the very beginning, there was a very, from 1824 onwards, a real drive to think about the National Gallery as a people's gallery. Now, I don't want to sort of misquote Tony Blair and the People's Princess, but nonetheless, there is something around that idea of a National Gallery collection that doesn't come out from, for example, in the context of the Louvre or the Prado, as previous royal collections that are then nationalised, as it were, to form the national collections of France and Spain, or indeed what ended up being the Rijksmuseum when it moved in 1880 to Amsterdam, but prior to that at The Hague, actually started to form around the idea of the so-called golden age of Dutch art. And you could say, well, that's a national collection because it reflects Dutch art of the 17th and early 18th centuries in particular, and that was in The Hague and then moves to Amsterdam, that from the very beginning, the National Gallery was actually going to be, certainly in the context of European art, international. So the starting point of the National Gallery is 1824 with the acquisition of 38 paintings from the collection of John Julius Angerstein. He had actually been supported in actually from a standing start a collection of old masters, and certainly the kind of roll call of artists that were being selected, supported by the likes of George Beaumont, who himself and others had actually done their grand tour in the 18th century. So I often call the National Gallery as almost like the one great outcome of the grand tour project of the 18th century is the National Gallery itself, and that is absolutely reflected by the 38 paintings that were in the collection to start with. So perhaps unsurprisingly, if you are able to get hold of a Raphael, then that's certainly the kind of thing you would expect in the collection in London in the context of the post-Napoleonic War period, and certainly the ethos of the Grand Tour going forward into the 19th century, and of course Claude Lorraine. And the 38 paintings, there are 3 seaports by Claude Lorraine in that initial acquisition, which at the time would have felt perfectly natural. But now if you were acquiring, you'd acquire one, wouldn't you, Andrea? Right. One seaport, and then your sort of job would be done kind of thing. But we've got 3 from the get-go. But in terms of whether the National Gallery really should represent British art, because it's a British institution on a national stage, from the get-go, British art from a modern and contemporary context, as it would have been understood in 1824, did include William Hogarth, Joshua Reynolds, in terms of modern British art in the context of 1824, and contemporary art as represented by David Wilkie, who doesn't die until 1841. So that's the original acquisition of 1824. So you would have thought that might have set the journey in terms of what then subsequently happened with the National Gallery. But there are various moments that I just wanted to point out before I hand over to Andrea around these moments, these forks in the road. I keep talking to my colleagues about how many forks there have been in the road where you could have gone left, but you went right. And then you go left and then you go right, or you go straight on. And these moments have happened throughout those 200 years. And that's absolutely true of the National Gallery. So in 1855, you've already got the likes of Charles Eastlake actually acquiring Northern Renaissance, let alone early Renaissance, which of course was not part of the original acquisition of 1824. It was High Renaissance, particularly Italian artists. So one of the great icons of that moment would be the Van Eyck Arnolfini portrait, which was acquired in 1842, when Charles Eastlake, in fact, was the curator rather than the director of the National Gallery. 1855, after numerous government committees complaining about the narrow focus of the National Gallery in representing Western art, not only was there a broader remit in terms of acquiring, but also the first director was Charles Eastlake. And then there's an acquisitions grant, because up to that point, the National Gallery is literally relying on donations and bequests. I think the 1855 moment also shows you how proactive artists were in at least the first century of the National Gallery's existence, because the first 6 directors of the National Gallery were practicing artists, 2 of whom were presidents of the Royal Academy, Charles Eastlake and Edward Poynter. And between 1838 and 1868, the National Gallery and the Royal Academy and the Royal Academy schools were in the same building. And I think there's been relatively little attention paid to the impact that the training of students, the Royal Academicians, and the growing collection of the National Gallery would have had in terms of the national remit of the National Gallery itself. Not least, of course, the likes of Turner, very famously deciding from his first will to donate to that collection, to insert himself into what was increasingly the case, the narrative of Western art. If you wanted to be there, you needed to donate or insert yourself in somehow. And Turner's one of these first artists to see the opportunity to, I suppose, establish his legacy. Now, the Grateful Nation didn't quite realise exactly how much they were going to go to Turner in 1856, but nonetheless, by the end of the 19th century, basically, the National Gallery, you could argue, is a British modern and contemporary art collection with old masters bolted on the side, because artists are sort of following through with bequests like the Chantry bequest, the Turner bequest, building up British collections. And of course, the end result is the National Gallery of British Art of 1897, based at Millbank. So the real tensions, I think, come in terms of the National Gallery, in terms of its attitude to modern art, and I suppose in the 21st century, 20th century and 21st century art. And that began in 1924 with the bequest of money from Samuel Courtauld, who was a trustee, who gave money, and this began with Sir Hugh Lane and so on, the bequests of various, as it would have been understood, modern art from the second half of the 19th century into the 20th century. And Samuel Courtauld gives £50,000 specifically to acquire, as it would have been understood, modern French art. And the trustees were very resistant to acquiring the likes of the Chair and the Sunflowers by Van Gogh. Can you imagine, giving up the opportunity to have these 2 paintings in your collection now? It'd be unthinkable now. But nonetheless, that sort of relationship between modern and the idea of the old masters, I think, was starting to bed into the psychology of the National Gallery at Trafalgar Square. But of course, it had a sister institution at Millbank. And what happens after the creation of the National Gallery of British Art is by 1932, I think I'm right, is that the remit of the Tate Galleries, it then is called, is not only British art, but modern continental art. So these 2 paintings were shown at Millbank under the sister institution of Tate Gallery, the National Gallery being at Trafalgar Square. And then when they were deemed no longer to be modern at some mysterious moment in the 20th century, those 2 paintings then went to Trafalgar Square. So the intimate relationship between the National Gallery and the Tate is something that I think is still live in the 21st century. And then just the sort of final comments is that, the moment when the Tate Gallery and the National Gallery finally, as it were, split from each other was formally in 1954 and active from 1955. And then there was this idea of the old masters being at Trafalgar Square as opposed to modern and contemporary being at Tate, and also a whole run of British art had really sort of started to bed in to such an extent that actually there was this agreement between the Tate and the National Gallery in terms of 1900 being the sort of cut-off point between one and the other, but also even down to whether you could represent progressive art as represented by abstract art. The Picasso on the left-hand side was actually acquired in 1979, and alongside Matisse, Greta Moll. And there was a furore in the press about how on earth the National Gallery, why would they buying modern art to be shown at Trafalgar Square when it should be concentrating on old masters? And I think the National Gallery's ability to tell the story of Western painting to some extent is unresolved, because the Whistler that you see on the right was actually hung at Trafalgar Square until it was transferred to Tate. And we don't have any Whistlers in our collection currently at Trafalgar Square. And then I think that's even more the case when you think about contemporary art, which, from 1824 was in the National Gallery's collection as represented by David Wilkie. But our relationship with contemporary artists tended to be on a temporary basis through artist in residency programs and fellowships and so on, but with the sort of really outstanding example of what is a masterpiece by Paul Arago, which was created for the Sainsbury Wing restaurant, which now sits somewhat, in my opinion, uneasily with the main collection. It isn't a main collection work, it's actually in the contextual collection alongside Constable's gold medal that he won in Paris in 1824. these are the questions that the gallery needs to sort of take forward is how does it represent painting in the Western tradition if it stops at 1900? And how does it continue to engage meaningfully, going back to the moment of Turner, when the artists really wanted to insert themselves into that narrative, but at the moment the National Gallery is unable to do that really, just in terms of, but just to finally, the Act of Parliament that sets out what the remit of the National Gallery is from 1992 is that we acquire paintings of outstanding quality, we don't take risks, these are sort of established artists, established works of art of great merit, but there's no beginning and no end in terms of the chronology or the geographies that we represent. So I think that's the big challenge perhaps going forward.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Andrea, how does that compare to the Met?
So it's lovely to see everyone here this morning, and I'm so delighted to have been invited to this conversation. And I think that you will all agree with me that my great colleague, Christine, has a somewhat easier time of it here since she actually works for the National Gallery. And since the question is the place of the nation in our discourse here, the Metropolitan Museum of Art is not quite so clearly in this conversation. So you'll indulge me a little bit because I'm going to take you around in certain directions to try to get at this question. What does the nation mean in terms of the development of the Metropolitan Museum of New York? Now, we have an origin story, which is that on July 4th, 1866, a group of New Yorkers were in the Bois de Boulogne, and they were drinking a lot of champagne, it has been reported, and they were celebrating the peace after the Civil War and the anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And at that time, they first envisioned what would become the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So given that occasion and the location, it was absolutely inevitable that these men were thinking of their nation and of the museums in Europe and in England that to them best represented those nations, France, England, etc. And that had collections that they would have found worthy to emulate to the extent that could be managed, because of course there was no collection at all to deal with when the museum opened and was incorporated in 1870. But I'm going to argue that, or suggest is a better word, that when they came back to New York, they were much more focused on New York as in a civic local way with grand aspirations, but that the notion of really being a national museum would have been something that was in the back of their mind rather than the forefront of their mind. It did exist alongside a lot of back and forth about American artists and how American art should be represented within the museum, and I'll try to show you a little bit about that. I should move forward to show you the original museum here. But their deep connection to New York as a place was, I think, fundamental from the very beginning. First of all, they concluded that our national government was not going to contribute to the building and support of the museum. And they did see themselves very much in the context of the other burgeoning institutions in the city. So Central Park itself, where they would be located, founded in 1858, the Astor Library, the ongoing current plans at that time for the Museum of Natural History across the park. As far as I can tell, there was only one time that there was actually a statement that suggested a national intent. It was a much later recollection by John Jay, the lawyer and diplomat, who said, he recollected saying at that 1866 gathering that the United States needed a national institution and gallery of art. Well, let's remember also that the Smithsonian had already been founded. But that statement, if he actually made it, was so much in the context of a New York City foundation that the most recent scholar who's looked at this, who is John Conlin, who's just published a book on the Metropolitan and Museum of Art and its people, has suggested that surely Jay meant that if there were to be a national museum, it would have had to have been in New York. And they were still seeing it as very New York-centric. William Cullen Bryant said at the same time that there was need of a museum, I'm quoting him here, worthy of this great metropolis and of the wide empire of which New York is the commercial center. So not the national center, but the commercial center. And then John Jay again, who said that by then people thought of New York as the third great city of the civilized world. So immediately sort of putting it into a context that went outside of the United States entirely. Incorporated in 1870, this is in line with many other institutions that are being founded at the same time, the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, 1870, Philadelphia, 1876, so on. And that too suggests to me that this sort of very strong local civic impetus was shared elsewhere in the country. Now, I'm showing this slide because you can see the original core of the building as it was first built. But on your left, you see that from the very beginning, it was imagined to be a behemoth that stretched way out from this core. And I think that that itself captures this global sense that, you know, one of the great cities of the civilized world. So always thought that it would be something grander in line with the importance of New York as a great civic and commercial center. The second thread I wanted to talk to you about was this issue of American art, the importance of American art and artists in the early history of the Met, and the way that their place was defined. Most accounts of our early history really do focus on the early purchases and gifts of European art. And here, the 1871 purchase of European paintings was at the forefront of everyone's minds. But also the ancient Mediterranean world, as it would have been represented by the collection of Cypriot art that was sold to the museum by its first director, not given, sold to the museum by its first director, the irascible General Luigi Palma di Cesnola. And Asian art, a lot of Asian art entered very early on, mostly Chinese. So you can see already this global import, but within boundaries. And I want to bring up something that is funny and not funny at the same time, which is that that first director went on record to say that he thought that American artists and American art was humbug. So not a great, strong feeling for American art, at least officially, from the director. However, the founders of the museum included significant American painters and sculptors. John Frederick Kensett, you see his wonderful late painting on the left. When he died, a whole group of his paintings came to the museum. Eastman Johnson, the sculptor Daniel Chester French, who went onto the board in 1903, and their works did enter the collection from the very beginning. They also supported exhibitions on other American artists who often had deep connections to the museum, such as Augustus St. Gaudens in 1908. And the vision of these early founding artists was relatively broad, mostly confined to the Eastern Seaboard, I would have to say. But with the money given by George Hearn to buy American paintings in 1906, great works of American art start to enter the collection. And I want to just briefly talk about two developments that came off of this, let's say, increasing drum roll of the importance of American artists and American art. The first one is rather unexpected, I would say, which is that there became a stated intention to make the Met a museum that truly covered the Americas. In 1882, Harry Marquand gave the museum a large gift of pre-Columbian and Native American textiles and ceramics, many of them still in the collection now. And Frederick Church donated this marvelous Toltec relief in 1893. saying that he was keen to add to the museum what he saw as the, quote, to the meager collection of the American art of the New World in our museum. Another very important character in this story is Emily DeForest, who, with her husband, Robert DeForest, who was the president from 1913, and they were the driving forces behind the American wing, as I'll talk about in a moment. She donated a significant collection of Mexican pottery in 1904, saying, "These arts of Mexico, which I hope will be accepted by the museum, will represent the museum as it is an American museum." That sentiment had been shared by her father, the first president of the museum, a very small and incestuous group, this. Her father, who was the president of the museum, who had said that the antiquities of the entire continent should be part of the remit of the museum. And you'll see a little bit later on that they, in fact, appeared in our galleries in large numbers at the end of the century. And I'm going to jump ahead a tiny bit here, because so Johnson wants antiquities from the continent to be part of there shouldn't just be Greek and Roman antiquities, there should be American antiquities. And that's how he thought of them. But in 1911, they stopped being thought of as ancient art of the Americas, and they started to be thought of as works by prehistoric peoples. And 2,000 of them were sent across the park to the American Museum of Natural History and to the Brooklyn Museum, which wanted them. So a change in categorization of this whole group of works, 2,000 of them, and they leave the building. They're no longer works that should be part of the Met's collection. We'll come back to that. So there are a group of people who want the arts of the Americas to be very much the focus of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Equally important was the plan to create the American Wing, and we've just celebrated its centennial last year. And the kickoff for that was the Hudson-Fulton exhibition of 1909, which celebrated simultaneously Henry Hudson's exploration of the river and Fulton's steamboat navigation of it. And a part of that celebration was dedicated to the, quote, domestic arts up to 1815. These were definitely meant to glorify, celebrate New York history, and to serve the cause of assimilation. Here are the words of the Celebration Commission relating to knowledge about the history of a city, state, or nation. Quote, "It conduces to love of country and civic pride. It serves to bind a people together, make it more homogeneous, and give it stability. And it makes the inhabitants better citizens." Now, when we think about this, 1909, and then in 1924, the American Wing opens. You see on the other slide is the bank facade that has always been the entrance to our American Wing. So you have this sense of art as being a place that can lead people to love country and civic pride and so on. And then 1924, when the wing opens, is, of course, also the moment of one of the most restrictive immigration laws in the country. And I have to say it's been relevant for our centennial of the wing just now to think back on this. So in New York, when the wing is being built and open, it's a moment of mass immigration to New York City, mostly from Southern Europe, but from elsewhere too. And they open this wing with this express intention of leading to love of country and civic pride and so on. So my final point about these founding years and what they were trying to do as it concerns nation and being kind of national museum is that the Metropolitan Museum didn't found itself on the notion of the National Gallery of Art, but indeed on the South Kensington Museum, and which of course became the Victoria and Albert. So much so that J.P. Morgan hired Sir Caspar Purdon Clark, who was the director from 1905 to 10, the former director of the V&A, because he wanted the museum to move towards, quote, utilizing its education possibilities and to spread its import beyond the paintings galleries. He wanted to encourage the music trustees and the staff. They wanted to encourage and develop the study of the fine arts and the application of arts to manufacture and practical life. And this had an enormous impact in New York. And again, coming back to this idea of New York always being central to the idea of what they were trying to be achieved. It was they saw it as a huge civic gesture. And if we think of Tiffany and Company, whose designers were deeply influenced by objects in the collection, which you can see at the top. And we had these actually in an exhibition not that long ago. And in the slide on the bottom, an enormous collection of textiles and lace was developed. And there was a study room opened. This was specifically for the clothing industry of New York, 40% of which for the entire United States came from New York City. Galleries and study rooms dedicated to lace and textiles were open as early as 1910. So I just wanted to leave you a little bit with this back and forth of work really building something for the city and of the place of the arts of the Americas within that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, it's so helpful, I think, for us to kind of know about those contexts and know about the origins. And it's interesting, you know, one institution, the National Gallery, being established in 1824 and then, you know, met in 1870. And Andrea, what you were saying about the kind of American context and a whole bunch of other museums being founded at the same time. I'm just thinking now then, if you sort of fast forward to today and, you know, the role of the National as you conceive it and in the activities you are currently undertaking, it would be great to just hear a little bit about that. And obviously I'm kind of, you know, particularly referencing you know, the Met's 150th anniversary, which of course took place in 2020, and also thinking, Christine, about, you know, the work you've been doing over, you know, now several years to think about the National's huge 250th anniversary, and you know, the build up as well to then, you know, rehanging your collections, which we'll talk about, I guess, in our next sort of section. But yeah, if you both could talk, you know, speak to that would be wonderful.
So I think what I was going to talk about now really was the sort of activation of a collection like the National Gallery. And I think I'm hoping that if you weren't really aware of the way that the National Gallery had developed, and certainly the very intimate relationship that the institution had with the Tate, and how those two institutions still, you know, are very much intimately connected even to the 21st century. If you've got a collection of 2,400 works of art, and actually when you think that the V&A has 2,100 paintings and we've got 2,400, and the UK as a whole actually has 218,000 oil paintings in its collection. So the National Gallery, as the repository of paintings in the Western tradition in the United Kingdom, has 1.2, 1.3% of the oil paintings in the UK's collection. It's a tiny, tiny collection. And the exhibitions that we held sort of last year and this year, in terms of sort of celebrating the bicentenary, on some level, Siena was the obvious thing to do, because the National Gallery's collection has some 800 paintings by Italians. So 2,400, that's a third of the collection is by Italian artists. Only sort of, you know, the next one is Dutch 17th century and early 18th century, so that's 450 works of art. Over half of the collection is from two countries, you know, sort of Dutch and Italian. It means that there's quite a lot of heavy lifting going on in terms of sort of post-1700, in terms of telling those stories, and especially through exhibition programs where major movements are either not represented or represented by one or two works of art. The British collection is, what, 76 paintings, the Spanish collection, 55 paintings. Once you start crunching it down from 2,400 into its constituent parts, you know, we tell an encyclopedic story in comparison to other institutions in terms of, you know, on one side, but there are lots of gaps and lots of areas that we really do want to build up. And obviously one area that a lot of institutions are looking at is female artists and their non-representation in terms of a collection such as ours, and also non-white artists. And one reason to think about the National Gallery collecting in view of the Western tradition is to simply broaden it out beyond Europe itself. So as it stands at the moment, the National Gallery is pretty much a collection of Western European painting. We have barely anyone represented from North America, let alone the global South and the Far East and so on. So we can't really claim to be a global collection in that regard. But nonetheless, the exhibition program, you know, the Siena, as I sort of pointed out, collaboration with the Met, is on some level an obvious thing for us to think about, because it's almost like the origins of painting as represented by the National Gallery in its bicentenary year. And then the first exhibition the National Gallery has ever held on Van Gogh, despite the fact that we have had the sunflower and the chairs for 100 years. And one of the ways that we actually were able to put on an exhibition on this particular artist, which is not for the faint-hearted, it's not an easy thing to do, a Van Gogh exhibition, because they're such precious and you know, sort of the kind of loan negotiations that one needs to do. But nonetheless, we felt that it was important. And one of the reasons I think why we were able to get such an amazing quality exhibition on this particular artist was because we actually said we're also celebrating 100 years since the acquisition of the sunflowers and the chair. So the bicentenary itself and the acquisitions that were made as part of the centenary celebrations, which the Van Goghs absolutely were, did feed into the narrative. But then just sort of, I was going to sort of whip through the idea of the National Gallery in the 21st century. I mean, as I pointed out, Siena is a collaboration with the Met, and it sort of reminded me of a quote from 1857, where the mere fact of having a collection of paintings really isn't enough, that actually it's not the end purpose, simply having works of art and caring for them and displaying them. You have to, on some level, activate them. And the quote actually says, not the end purpose, but the means only to give the people, as in the context of 1857, ennobling enjoyment. So with the bicentenary, we have absolutely thinking long and hard about how you engage, how you sort of present, how you inform, but also how you get people to participate really in enjoying, as it were, the collection of the National Gallery. And so collaboration, certainly as the 21st century moves on, is a very important word. And certainly institutions like ours, if we are continue to collaborate, that can only be a positive thing. Thinking about new platforms, new media, where the National Gallery, even if the collection looks as if it's sort of Eurocentric, can play a much more global, can have a more global presence. Certainly digital platforms, very successful at the National Gallery with making films. And this is Kendall Francis is in the audience, her film on Indigo, which of course broadens out the narratives that we might not be able to really explore with interpretation within the galleries, but online and digital and films, where we have the broader narrative, not just in terms of a colour, but also the wider narrative of the transatlantic slave trade and the making of indigo and the skills required really engaged with the idea of the transatlantic slave trade. So we are really have put a huge amount of effort in terms of building those sort of bigger stories, bigger narratives. And I suppose viewing the National Gallery's collection, albeit the narratives and the artists might be Western, but the objects themselves represent global trade, global objects in the sense of the materials that make these objects up. Afghanistan still being where you get lapis lazuli and gold, and how that can feed into that idea. The dissemination of research and what we know about our collection, obviously a small collection, extremely well researched. You know, we don't have 1 million objects, we have 2,400, expect them to be very well researched. But we've just literally launched a project where we've actually started disseminating really online, freely accessible, all kinds of information around the first 200 of our works of art, as well as enhanced information on the collection as a whole, but including, for example, we've got a wonderful photographic and imaging department who can make mosaic images that are 60,000 pixels, and we've actually, some of the paintings you can zoom in, literally into the craquelature and the Delft tiles in a Vermeer painting. You can literally zoom in, all of which is freely accessible, and I think that's one way that we wanted to you know, be generous maybe, but on some level participate in a much broader sense. And then I think research and collaborations around this, the UK Research and Innovation, the research councils are now really formulating ideas about how to think of the national collection as opposed to just the National Gallery's bit of the collection. So things like the Towards a National Collection, which was a massive digitisation project where it was funding from central government, is just one example. Art UK, which is an independent institution that's basically online, including the Yale Center for British Arts collection, all the paintings, works on paper, and they've now moved on to sculpture across the United Kingdom with the idea of a national collection as opposed to, as I said, each institution holding certain parts. That really came out of New Labour in 1997, the idea of the national collection being UK-wide rather than just what institutions individually hold. So I think also collaborations through research and dissemination is also tremendously important. And then just really quickly, I wanted to talk about some of the nationwide projects that we did as part of our bicentenary. National Treasures, which was 12 paintings that went out to the 4 nations and the regions of England. Each masterpiece went out. Very simple, based on what the Royal Collection had done with their drawings of Leonardo da Vinci. I must admit, it was a project that sounded very simple. It was incredibly hard to deliver. But also, I became much more conscious post 2014, 2016, with the the independence vote in Scotland, and then Brexit, and then sort of post-COVID and so on. It gave me personally a real snapshot of what was happening across the United Kingdom, and also how not just generous, but how really careful the National Gallery had to be as the National Gallery of the United Kingdom when partnering with institutions in Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales in particular, not so much within England, but certainly the 4 nations, had to be very careful about how we partnered with them. Because essentially we had 12 partners helping us deliver a project that was about our bicentenary, but we had to sort of message it in such a way that it felt like a celebration across the whole of the United Kingdom. Some of the loans, for example, to the Lane Gallery in Newcastle, the Fighting Temeraire, was a very natural fit because the 2 tugs that took the Temeraire up the Thames were actually built in Newcastle on the Tyne. Sometimes it actually, if you're thinking of a Canaletto going to Aberystwyth, well, what's the connection between a Canaletto and Aberystwyth? Well, the very simple fact was that this was one of the paintings that ended up in the mines in northern Wales during the Second World War. So there was a specific historical relationship between the National Gallery, wartime, and various institutions in Wales, let alone the mines of Manod. So that, again, seemed to be a natural fit. But I think one of the most powerful parts of that project really was the 2 Caravaggios, one from the National Gallery of Ireland and one from the National Gallery in London, going to the Ulster Museum in Belfast. The narratives of the paintings, of course, one is the Supper of Emmaus and the Betrayal of Christ, in the context of the Troubles and Northern Ireland, was incredibly powerful. 2 paintings by an Italian artist from about sort of 1600. But because of the subject and because of this idea of working across borders, literally, became a very powerful national message, but also reconciliation and the Good Friday Agreement, which of course has been under pressure in the last couple of years around the Brexit question. This made it a very particularly powerful project. And then I just wanted to end on the UK as a whole post-COVID, the cost of living crisis. And the picture that I got when we were going across the UK was that the museum and gallery sector is under enormous challenge. And the National Gallery did set up some projects where we were actually going out to, for example, the Art Road Trip to 18 places with numerous partners across the UK, but very deliberately going to places that had a low cultural offer, but also to some extent social and economic deprivation. And one of the questions is an enormously ambitious project, enormous amounts of resource required to really pull it off. I think it's been an amazing project, but the question, I suppose, for the National Gallery is how much the National Gallery can participate in projects across the entire United Kingdom, and also projects that speak to perhaps something that's more about local authority or national level government as opposed to what you could expect a national gallery itself to do. I personally think that we have got a place here in terms of working across the UK, but it has to be in partnership. It can't just be the National Gallery. And I think the other thing I would like to say is the National Gallery is now very proactively working across the creative industries. In terms of the 9 disciplines represented by the National Gallery, you know, one of them is science. And we aren't just an art gallery doing art history. And I think sometimes the perceptions of an art gallery simply being about the arts, whereas in fact we equally straddle sciences, we are seeing ourselves as being part of the solution, I suppose, to really support arts and humanities and the teaching of art history, as well as underlining the fact that actually the National Gallery represents all kinds of different disciplines, new media, science, arts, conservation and so on, that these are actually complex institutions, not just what you think you see from the facade. And then just finally, you've still got a couple of days if you want to sign up to sleep over at the National Gallery. I suppose the other thing is just to say finally is that really, I suppose not taking oneself too seriously as a national institution. We've got some serious things to do and there's some serious challenges currently and ahead, but nonetheless, I think also being quite playful, hopefully, and engaging people perhaps in a sort of fun way is another thing I think we've been trying to think about with our bicentenary.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And Andrea, and I'm aware of time, and I would love to, Andrea, it'd be great to hear, you know, what the Met has been doing. And then I'm just thinking as well for the two of you, because it would be great to just think about actually how the idea of national schools, you know, coming back to this idea, how that has actually kind of played out in your strategy. So it'd be wonderful maybe if after Andrea has spoken through you know, the making of the Met project, you know, to maybe just think about that as we wind up our conversation, and how these different contexts, the diasporic, you know, communities, Andrea, that you were talking to, you know, the civic, the local, and then thinking kind of beyond that, and how that sort of impacted how you thought about, you know, the presentation, the interpretation, to each of your respective collections.
Absolutely. This is, in a sense, the bringing of the clock forward. So our thoughts and responsibilities in a contemporary context now, having begun with some of our foundational thoughts, let's say. So making the Met was actually, I was the lead curator on that and the co-organizer of it. It was an exhibition and a project that was very, very close to my heart. And we examined the history of the museum in 10 chapters, bringing both its collecting history and in a sense, some of the underlying philosophies of the museum up to the present. It's now 5 years ago. So as many of you will probably remember, the exhibition was delayed because of COVID. And in fact, we were installing the last 2 galleries when COVID struck and the museum closed for 5 months or however long it was. And during that time, of course, the world changed. And I would say, you know, it's still changing even now. It left us to think about very significant social changes and dilemmas while we were closed and before we could open that. We actually took quite a number of steps to respond to those challenges, even though the exhibition was 90% installed, while we were talking about it, while we were writing about it. And while we did push it into areas that had been less at the forefront of our minds. And our director, Max Holein, encouraged us to do that. So in a sense, it was an exhibition that continued to grow even after it opened. And I'm showing you here both the cover of the catalog, but the final section of it, which was called Broadening Perspectives, which did bring us into whole areas of the collection that had hitherto not been at the forefront of our minds. And when you saw that giant idea of what the museum could be from its original core collection, we've reached that periphery now, and we have added many aspects of collecting that the founders would not have been interested in and did not show any interest in at the time, including works of Judaica, contemporary Latin American artists, women artists, African artists, Black artists, among others. All of this has been to us in the last years very fertile areas to explore and to explore in different ways. I wanted to just return to two of these areas to give you some sense of that trajectory. So first, are we a collection, are we a museum of all of the Americas, as some of our early supporters said that they wanted to be? And I have this dreadful feeling that I left out a paragraph of my notes, but I hope that I did tell you that some people pushed forward very hard on buying mostly antiquities from all of the Americas. And then we relinquished those ancient American collections. They went across the park to the Museum of Natural History because they were then called prehistoric around 1911. Certain discrete objects came in from those collecting areas. You see the beautiful objects on your right over time, but it was not until 1982, following an agreement that happened in 1976, and that was long in the planning, that the collections were really reunited and things were brought back from across the park in a new department and wing called AAOA, the Arts of Africa, Oceania, and the Americas. And there, as director Philippe de Montebello wrote, we were hoping to change from works that had had an image of ethnography, hence their arrival at the Museum of Natural History, into works that spoke, quote, a universal language of aesthetics and of significant form. So that great gathering together of objects, AAOA, has now been completely rethought yet again. And in about a month's time, we will inaugurate a new wing that's designed now to present each of these as separate collections, each with its own voice, rather than as one big group that could be seen together, and that each of the regions, great regions of the world, the ancient Americas, Oceania, Africa, will be presented with its own voices as separate entities, with new scholarship and emphasis on history. And in the case of the ancient Americas, alongside 40 years of important new archaeological findings. So to one of the things that we've all discussed together, so these new approaches, we hope, will better situate us within a big global community, but also speak directly to major diasporic communities in our tri-state area. The New York City Board of Education tells us that over 150 languages are spoken in New York City, and New Jersey actually is just as diverse. And we're very keen that that those communities come to the museum and find both proper, interesting, and forward-looking discussions of the art of their regions, often as discussed by people from the regions from which they come. So that's one major area in which the trajectory is important and different. Within the American wing itself, the American Wing Centennial has provided an occasion to organize new introductory galleries that highlight both the traditional strengths of the collection. Those were the ones that were already being celebrated by the DeForests so many years ago, the 18th century portraiture, furniture, and so on. But with recent acquisitions and gifts that have dramatically expanded the experience that visitors will have as they walk through the wing, through inclusions of remarkable works by African American artists, by Asian American, Native American, all works by people who had not yet been represented in those galleries. And the goal, as the American wing has said, is an increasingly fluid and nuanced understanding of what it has meant to be an American. If you want to jump forward immediately, do you have other slides? If you want to jump forward to the second part of your question about how we best represent ourselves as our mission as a global institution and what that means. I would speak for a moment, if I have an additional moment, about relations with other parts of the world and the cultural patrimony issues that have been prompted by these, and that are now, I would say, one of the major elements of our planning for the future, and have been absolutely top of mind at the Met for many years now. This is a topic unto itself and then some, but defining our principles in this and then linking them to certain actions that we have taken or have been incredibly important steps for the museum, which has insisted that it has had a kind of encyclopedic collection, not a term that we love to use anymore, but we have, objects that link us to all of these areas in the world. And we're working very, very hard to resolve the proper issues, the pressing issues that come along with that, about provenance and legitimate title, above all for our vast collections of antiquities, but also for Nazi-era issues and works from areas that have been impacted by conflict and the impact of colonialism. We have a sort of mantra of research, transparency, cooperation, and they have encouraged us to study our collections and enter into many new partnerships. And in my current role as the deputy director for the collecting areas, this has been incredibly important for me personally to see this happen. So I've just put on the slide 3 areas in which we are working on kinds of agreements that we hope will be meaningful for people in the future, and that will help us better understand our own collection. You see on the upper left an installation of cycladic sculptures that are from a New York private collection, excuse me. This collector actually wishes to return these objects to Greece, but after a sustained period during which they're going to be on view at the Met, he found it very important to him. He brought everyone's attention to these works. The Greek government did not come after him. He brought this to their attention. He wanted them to be at the Met first for his hometown, and he entered into an agreement that goes on over a 50-year period, and that has been ratified by the government of Greece, that they will be on view, as you can see, for the Met's audience, but the legal title has already been shifted to the Hellenic Republic. This provides significant sums for the study of cycladic art as well, and we will have many visiting scholars from Greece coming to visit us. We think of this as a mutually beneficial resolution of a difficult issue about the permanent home for a remarkable group of antiquities. On the right, you see people having fun. I had decided it was time for some people pictures. We've had 2 incredibly positive moments with the government officials of the Republic of Yemen, which is, a country that is going through massive upheaval and difficulties. But there is a very robust Yemeni community in New York. And at the first of these working meetings, we had a signing ceremony during which we legally returned 2 ancient, very significant objects to the Republic of Yemen that our own provenance researchers had discovered to be unlawfully held by the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And we decided that, along with the government in exile, that we would continue to hold these at the museum for the time being, but they are properly credited to the Republic of Yemen. And we worked to arrange custodial responsibility for 14 other works that came from private collections at the same time. We celebrated that with a day about the arts and culture of Yemen with the Yemeni American community that included scholarly lectures as well as the fun activities you see here. That community had previously not been connected with the Met at all, and now will be among the honored guests when we reopen our ancient Near Eastern galleries in early 2027. They won't be called the Ancient Near Eastern Galleries, but that will have to be a surprise for you what they are called. But that kind of reaching out to the community of New York has been essential to us. And finally, as you see in the photograph below, we have entered into a memorandum of understanding with the National Commissions for Museums and Monuments in Nigeria. And they will be represented later in this month when we open the Michael C. Rockefeller, reopen the Michael C. Rockefeller wing. As part of our agreement with them, we've welcomed Nigerian museum professionals as residents at the Met, and we have traveled twice to Nigeria, collaborating with them, as you can see here, on a pilot photography and documentation program at the National Museum, and leaving staff there equipped to continue with the digitization of their incredible records and collection, undertaking digital photography of their hugely important collections. So we now have relations with Nigerian scholars, curators, conservators, that will allow us, we believe, to have more meaningful discussion about difficult topics that may be ahead of us as the arts of Africa go back on view after a 5-year hiatus, on a basis of collegiality and better mutual understanding. So that was in answer to the idea of these museums as global, as global initiatives.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And I fear that we have pretty much come to the end of our conversation. I didn't know whether, before we sort of open it up to the audience to ask any questions, whether either of you have any sort of further thoughts or about, I sort of was keen, and perhaps this is a conversation we can continue later, but about sort of strategies, and obviously with the reopening of your collection soon, the rehang and what you've done, interpretive strategies and so forth, and in a way even thinking about how this, the kind of edifice of the national school, and how far it even might obscure other important considerations when actually starting to think about hanging a collection, whether that's even chronology, gender, class, all these sort of major concerns that curators have. But maybe that's something that we can return to. I don't know if either of you want to share any final sort of sound bites before we kind of open up to the audience, because we have a few minutes left, I think.
I think the only thing I would add is that I think the most important thing about a bicentenary, if it's a moment for an institution to pause and reflect and think about what's going to happen over the next 200 years, assuming that we're all going to, there is going to be another 200 years, is what's the legacy of all this effort that you've made during your bicentenary? I think over and above whatever we've done in terms of redisplaying the collection at Trafalgar Square, I think the legacy for the National Gallery has to be on a local, national and international level.
Yeah.
And legacy cannot be that you do a series of projects that highlight your bicentenary, throw the light on you, albeit briefly, during a given year. And then the circus rolls out of town and then suddenly they just
move on.
So what happens across the UK now?
Right.
What happens internationally? What happens locally? And I think the challenge for the National Gallery, and of course we're already thinking about it strategically, is how do you build on those legacies? How do you make meaningful collaborations, relationships across the UK and beyond that actually means that it's not just one project and then away, the relationship is now there to stay.
Yeah.
So that's, and I think, going back to that point about the way the National Gallery has got much more involved in what might be loosely described as social justice, or thinking about communities that we were maybe not serving 30 years ago, but thinking about how to engage, is it's got to be a partnership between numerous agencies, numerous institutions working hand in glove together. It
Yeah.
can't just be the National Gallery focusing on these areas during a bicentenary period. So I think that's the great challenge.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
If they're public collections and
Yes.
public paintings.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
So what comes next?
So I would just say that I think for us that the kind of work that we're doing that I just spoke about here, in which our collections become a jumping off point for very significant re-engagement, both with our own local communities who trace their heritage back to those countries, but also with those countries on a continuous basis of conversation and so on, is our way forward in what we have always, called an encyclopedic collection or a universal collection, and that the next years will be, I believe, very much shaped by that. The other thing that I wanted to say is that Max Holein, as our director, has continued to encourage us to break down the boundaries between our 17 curatorial departments, and to stop thinking of them as little fiefdoms. And that too brings us up into a conversation about the world that is much more real, and that will allow us to think about a much greater fluidity than the structure of the Met has hitherto allowed us to do, and that we both embrace it and are a little bit frightened by it. And anyone who has tried to make a map for galleries these days of countries that now have current boundaries but have had enormously shifting boundaries over time understands what this is like, and that embracing that in a way has become something that I think we take on much more readily, and that has led to much more interesting experiences within the museum. And I'll just mention one that I was particularly proud of, and that maybe not enough people saw at the time, which is that we did this series of small installations, but it was somehow tied up with the COVID moment. Not that many saw it. And there was one in the Asian department, which was done by our great curator in the American wing, Rhonda Castle, who thinks across all national boundaries, I must say, about sort of the Spanish America world as the navel between the between Asia and Europe, and the movement of people's ideas, techniques, and so on, back and forth. And that was installed in the Asian department, and it really did show in a handful of objects the movement of peoples, the movement of techniques, the movement of ideas in a most extraordinary way, over mostly focused on the 17th and 18th centuries. And that kind of installation, which refuses to accept national boundaries in the same way, seems to me to be such a fantastic way forward. And so, and bring out other aspects of our museum that maybe have not been at the forefront enough.
Yes, and that's brilliant. I'm going to open it up. I think maybe can we allow a few more minutes just for any audience members if they have any questions. Let's see if anyone has any thoughts to share, comments. Oh, one up at the top. I think that the lady there. Is there a?
But in any event, in your talk about the issue of the Nazi provenance,
Yes.
and I would hope if you could speak for a few minutes about that, or briefly about that.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm happy to do that. So we have long been committed to studying our collection in an overall sense, to understand the provenance or the history of the works of art and where they came from. And in recent decades, with a very strong emphasis on what the fate of the works of art were during the Nazi era. And we continue to do that work I think in a very important way. We have quite a number of researchers who are working specifically on Nazi era provenance. And when there are gaps in the provenance of our works, we are always looking to fill them in. We have done important work also in bringing this to the public's attention. New York State actually has, I think it's a local law that asks us to put up on our on the labels alongside works of art if they were have a Nazi era history that we know of. That's important for us to know about. And we have done that. Our labels now include for where the work was during the Nazi period. And we bring that to people's attention. And we also let them know how the work was returned and why it is in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So that is an area in which we continue to be very actively engaged in understanding the history of the objects in our collection.
Is there any further questions? One up at the very top.
Hello, thank you for this conversation. I'm curious in terms, I'm more familiar, of course, with the Met's context, but thinking about a national collection and bringing in all of these voices, maybe globally, I'm also curious about how how your institutions are grappling with some of the hyperlocal questions of indigenous artworks that are, local to New York City or the land that, the Met is built upon. Is that part of, a collections practice or conversation that's happening to be a part of these, placing us in the national context and connecting us globally?
Yes, that's for me.
That's for me.
So we currently have a fantastic curator of Native American art, Patricia Marroquin-Norby, who works within the context of the American Wing, and she works alongside somebody who is dedicated to issues that have to do with NAGPRA and provenance of works of Native American art. Native American art, of course, appears in a number of departments at the Met, ranging from the Michael C. Rockefeller Wing, which I talked about previously, through the American Wing, but also, as you can imagine, musical instruments, modern contemporary, and so on. So Patricia and Jennifer are looking at each object and are working with the local communities, informing the local communities, are in contact with the Native American communities to discuss when these works arrived to the Met and how they should be displayed and so on. They bring an incredible sensitivity. I think some of my colleagues are here, they can say yay or nay to this, but they bring an incredible sensitivity to these issues of how these works arrived in our collection, how they should be displayed, when they should be displayed, when they should be returned, and so on. So this has been an initiative that's been going on for a long time, actually, but with increasing vigor between the American Wing, the other departments that have this material, and our council's office. We have had for the last years galleries specifically dedicated to Native American arts. As you know, we have put up plaques on the building that acknowledge the land on which we sit, and so on. And we are in conversation with all of those groups as we develop our programs. Did that answer the question? And sometimes we find that we're holding something that we shouldn't be holding, and then those works are returned.
Holly. Last question.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful conversation. I wanted to go to bring that origin stories of both the National Gallery and the Met, respectively, at peak moments of the British Empire and the American Empire into dialogue with the present, which you've both done so beautifully, you've all done so beautifully, and to ask, how do you think of the empire as part of the nation?
How do you think of the empire as part of the nation?
In terms of your respective collections?
I think that question might have been easier to answer if the National Gallery and the Tate had not separated. Because in 1955, the British collections was enormous. And I think that's where a lot of the representations of empire and the ideology of empire was bedded into the British collections. Not so much in the European one, or not so overtly. I mean, obviously, as I said, it was a grand tour project, the National Gallery, on some level in 1824, but it did come out of the Napoleonic War period. London it took over as the centre of the art market. So it was flooded with European works of art through disbanded, collections, ecclesiastical, royal, aristocratic, and so on. So it took over from Amsterdam and Paris as the market. So certainly the idea of empire through the Napoleonic War period, and then coming out of that, is absolutely central to the gallery's history. But the actual objects themselves are not necessarily going to tell those stories. I think the British collection does, and they certainly at Tate Britain have very much lent into that idea of empire and how to represent it through the new displays under Alex Farquharson. So I think that's how I might answer that question. I mean, I think the problem, the challenge at the National Gallery is at the moment, broadly speaking, the British collection is really from Hogarth to Turner. It's a very traditional golden age of British art selection. We're trying to move out of that and think of ways that we can actually, better represent British art. But just to go back to the idea of how British art is therefore in relatively small numbers represented within the National Gallery's collection, is on some level to lean into the idea of the National Gallery's collection, albeit those kind of paintings are represented elsewhere in the world and even within the United Kingdom, that the National Gallery is a very British institution in the sense of the collecting ideas over decades and 2 centuries is representative of, obviously on the whole, certainly for most history, top-down idea about what to acquire and what to represent in the collection. But nonetheless, I think the strength of the Italian collections and the Dutch collections shows you the kind of focus that British collectors and curators and directors have had over those 2 centuries. So I suppose in that sense, it does represent British culture, if not British art production. And then what I've tried to do using Turner, who up till now has been in sort of slightly glorious isolation, 2 Turners with 2 Claudes, and then you never see that anywhere else across 66 galleries, is to try and utilise that idea of British artists engaging with the developing National Gallery collection and the institution by showing how artists owned other works by artists and how they were responding to artists, and using Turner, actually, who appears across the site rather usefully in the Dutch context, in a rivalry context with Constable, and obviously a 17th century French classicist context, actually using him and other artists to show how these influences actually underscore a kind of, as it were, a British attitude towards the old masters as opposed to the Louvre, the Met, or elsewhere. So I suppose that's how I would answer that question.
What would we do without Turner?
Well, I mean, it is the first time we've ever really utilised that idea, which is clearly there when you look at how many artists and how many friends of artists like Constable. When he dies in 1837, within months, there's a public subscription to get one of his works into the National Gallery's collection. How artists have been very influential in terms of the formation of ideas, which I think, I think the 19th century, or certainly up to 1928, when the last director artist left, that up to that point, the first century, it's almost like the artist century of the National Gallery, and then it moves on to the art historians and curator directors of the second half of its existence. And I think that, to me, that needs a lot more work, because I think it's been a very powerful influence.
Yeah, it's really, really rich narrative. And Andrea, do you have any further thoughts?
So I see some of my colleagues from the American wing here, and they could probably answer this question far better than I could. I would say that there was baked into the design of the Met certain notions about the world and how it was divided up and understood that have been very hard for us to get over or remedy later on. And many of them, of course, are tied up with ideas about imperialism, colonialism, and so on. The one that, I mean, just springs to mind, but may not be the best example of this, is one that many students ask me about, is, why is Egypt separated from the rest of Africa? What kind of mental attitudes are demonstrated by that? And that is without a doubt something that has to do with the development of empires and the thoughts about where Egypt stood vis-a-vis the rest of Africa and so on. So that attitudes that are baked into the design of the Met and that have proven very, very difficult for us to overcome. And that probably reside in pockets all around the museum that we now struggle to deal with and try to change as we can.
Can I just very quickly, I completely forgot. I've been at the National Gallery just over 6 years, and for certainly longer than that period, it must be 7 years now, the National Gallery has been involved in provenance research around the collection, where the wealth came from, and particular links to the transatlantic slave trade. Yeah. And that has been published as good old-fashioned provenance research. This is simply who owned these paintings and where did their wealth come from. It's a very simple thing. It didn't go without comment that we were sort of publishing this information, but we felt it was very important that if, a sort of, a Raphael on some level, what does it say about the British Empire? Well, it's about the wealth and where the wealth came from, let alone the attitudes towards the preeminence of painting and the National Gallery, let alone the preeminence of Europe and the National Gallery. So I think that's probably, I would highlight that. Yeah. And we're now up to 1930s. We've done everything beforehand. So when and that, as I say, that's good old provenance research. Right. That's finding out, following the money. Yeah.
And I would just add, although this is slightly tangential, that we're involved right now in a similar investigation. We've always been strong provenance researchers. It's been very important for us to understand where our works of art have come from, and that is ever increasing. But we now have 2 researchers at work on the first chunk of our history to dig into what those provenances mean. Who were the people involved? What were their connections to larger societal issues, and to bring that to the fore so that we can actually speak more truthfully and openly about where that money came from. And of course, a lot of it will be tied to issues of slavery, but also of, writ more largely domination over other peoples. So we're doing that work right now too.
Okay, I'm going to draw the session to a close. Wonderful conversation. Please join me in thanking our wonderful speaker.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I'm delighted to invite our next group to lead our exciting conversations today, moderated by Tim Berenger, and I'm going to let him take away the introductions.
Great, thank you very much. It's great to see you all here, and I think we think of this session as much more of a free-flowing discussion with audience participation, so we look forward to hearing from you. My name's Tim Berenger. I'm Paul Mellon Professor of the History of Art here at Yale, across the street in the History of Art Department. And the session that we're going to embark on now is Art, Museum, Nation in Exhibitions and Display. And I'm going to introduce our 3 brilliant speakers in just a moment, but I thought I had a couple of thoughts with which to sort of initiate our conversations. We're here today discussing art, museum, and nation, each of them troubled categories of immediate concern in the cultural and political ferment of the present moment. It's my privilege to introduce these three curators in key roles, each of whom has offered creative and innovative solutions to the questions of how museum exhibitions and displays can and how they should represent and engage with the communities they serve. If we accept Benedict Anderson's now historic formulation that nations are imagined communities, then what role do art museums play in that imagining? Does the museum reflect the society outside of its doors, or does it shape it? Is the museum an ideological apparatus or part of a leisure sector? Yesterday, Lucinda Lax, who we just heard from, led the speakers on a wonderful tour of the beautifully reimagined fourth floor permanent collection galleries here at the Yale Center for British Art, and I recommend that you all spend many, many hours up there. Lucinda noted as we went round that the collections, and indeed fine art as a category, the collections here, all museum collections, tend to marginalize groups distanced from political and financial power and influence, whether by class, gender, or race. And her selection of only a fraction of the center's holdings, I mean, I think the collection here is 2,000 works, the oil paintings the same size as the National Gallery in London, only of which a fraction are in the main galleries upstairs. But that selection was attentive to bringing to light representations of groups of people, very large groups of people, such as women, working class figures, colonial subjects, and enslaved people, who are normally marginalized from presentation in such displays. And Lucinda pointed out that new acquisitions have made this more of a possibility. So how do we, or how should we, represent the excluded while retaining the rubrics that brought us all here today, nation, and perhaps we should add, thank you, Holly, empire to that list? We're speaking, after all, in an institution dedicated to the pursuit of what the immortal Sex Pistols described as England's dreaming. That's maybe Paul Mellon's dreams are a bit different from Sid Vicious, but basically that's what this place is for. In a city that was founded as part of the British Empire, in a university named after a leading merchant of the British East India Company. So it's in those very particular circumstances that I invite our distinguished speakers to think about nation, art museum, empire, and post-colony, as well as just art and nation. So what we've decided to do is I'll just introduce the speakers with their job titles. If you would like to have their very distinguished CVs, you can click on their names on the website and you will get the full thing. If I were to read them all out, we would then go to lunch and we'd miss the discussion. So take it as read. What we'll do is have three very brief presentations. I've asked the speakers just to bring to the table something that really engages with the issues of this session, something they've done in their own curatorial practice, and to think sort of self-reflexively about that. So starting at the far end, we have Tricia Alliston, who is Deputy Director and Chief Curator, National Museums of Scotland in Edinburgh. Interestingly, she's been asked to talk about British art, which is something they don't do in Edinburgh, as we know. But we'll hear from Tricia on that particular topic. And next to her, Horace D. Ballard, who is the Theodore Stebbins Jr. Curator of American Art at Harvard Art Museums in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And to my immediate left, Julie Crooks, who is Curator of Arts of Global Africa and Diaspora Art at the Art Gallery of Ontario, Toronto, Canada. So I'm going to ask Tricia to start us off, and then we'll just flow from there.
Great. Well, thanks very much and welcome. And thank you all very much for inviting us here today. And I've just discovered this morning that this PhD student here suggested me, and actually that's the best thing of all, to know that it's come from someone who's been to Edinburgh and seen the galleries and has been working on a Scottish artist, which is very exciting. So we were asked to, as we've talked about concept and sense of place, to introduce ourselves by where we're working. I've just got 3 images just for a couple of minutes. So Nation is at the center of what we're talking about today. We've recently been rebranded, and we now have our nation twice in our title. So it used to be the National Gallery of Scotland or the Scottish National Gallery. We're now National Galleries of Scotland National. And the original designs were to have banners with national, national, national all over the building, which looked like something, I have to say, if I can say it, maybe a film by a certain female director from the 1930s, rather than perhaps the institution that I'm identified with, shall we say. But this is the gallery in the centre of Edinburgh, the heart of the World Heritage Site that is Edinburgh, which is made up of an old town and a new town. And we sit very interestingly in the middle, below the castle, which was a symbol of royal power and then military power well into the 20th century, and above the railway line, which was in many ways a symbol of the modern industrial power that brought many of the mercantile industrial classes up to Scotland, particularly after Queen Victoria, to hunt and shoot in the autumn, but also took many of the traditional Scottish elites south to where the power was, and also the artists that followed them. So we've been talking about migration and movements of people, and that's a big, in many, many ways in the history of Scotland, movements of people is a key topic. So that's where we are. Built in the mid-19th century, a symbol of culture and civilization, as with so many other galleries and museums, replicates an ancient Greek or Roman temple. The new galleries that I've worked on are in the pedestal at the bottom. So in a way, one could say that the whole edifice is built on Scottish art, but I have to say that's my own interpretation of how the galleries are. We established a series of new galleries devoted to Scottish art in September 2023. There are 10 galleries. This is the first part of a two-part process, starting with the more modern art, and we've gone into the 20th century. So these galleries look at the art from 1800 to 1945. Then our ambition is to have a new suite of galleries on the upper level that look at the 17th, 18th, and early 19th century art. So this is a beginning of a story. The reasons these galleries exist, and it was interesting the word of thinking about how do we represent the excluded, for really since the Second World War, since 1945, the history of our galleries has been an increasing marginalization of our Scottish art within the galleries as our collection of, in a sense, the greats, the world-renowned, the known artists, the old masters, as we used to call them. As that collection developed over time, the Scottish art, which had been in balance with what was called foreign art when the gallery was established, had been marginalized to a certain degree. And these galleries are, in a sense, putting the Scottish art back in the picture. That's what we're trying to do. And giving them the light, the spec, the space that the Titians and Botticellis and Gauguins have had upstairs. And we were asked to choose something to discuss. And so I put this one up. This is a keynote picture in the new Scottish galleries. It's the one that our communications team chose as the key image when we promoted the galleries before we opened. It's an interesting choice. It's a relatively new acquisition, 1851, produced in a key moment in British history, if you want to say that, produced by an artist who was not Scottish, by a painting that was painted originally for the Houses of Lords in London, probably featuring an English stag. There's been a lot of discussion about that. So is this a Scottish picture? It's at the heart of our galleries. When we acquired it and we took it around Scotland, I was quite nervous about how people would see this picture. It very rarely features in any histories of Scottish art. It's one of those really quite contextual pictures. Research that we undertook as the picture was taken around Scotland overwhelmingly came back that people felt this was a Scottish image. So, and it's at the heart of the gallery. It is the gallery in which it's part is our most popular of the new galleries. And I think that's really because the Monarch of the Glen is there. So we're talking about Scottish art, but there's a whole question about what is Scottish art, which is an interesting one.
And it does appear on the Dewar's Scotch bottle, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a big advertising image.
Yes. Great, Horace, over to you.
Good morning. It's an absolute joy and privilege and an honor to be here. So thank you. Coming back to Yale is coming back home, as I was a grad student here at the Divinity School. taking on the role of the curator of American art at the FOG, which is part of the Harvard Art Museums, is a dream role, but it comes, as all of our roles do, with a series of orientations and prepositions that one is constantly situating oneself within, against, and without. One of them is that the university in which we are nested in is older than the country it sits in. Yet it is on lands that for the Massachusetts and the Wampanoag and the Aquinnah was always a space of deep learning, of growth, and of ritual and rites, of maturation. And so the lands that Harvard sits on has always been a place of learning. That was deeply in my mandate to bring forward. I also come to this role having only two predecessors. There have only been three curators of America. One for whom it is my deep honor to have my chair named after, Ted Stebbins, who also has deep ties here to Yale, as well as to the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. The other, our dearly beloved colleague, Ethan Lasser, is now head of the Art of the Americas in Boston. And I'm in conversation with them weekly, which is a beautiful thing and a hard thing. And the American Art Department dates to only 2008. There are 3,500 works. Our great strength, as you might well already know, is an 18th century portraiture of British North America. And then we kind of jump over to a glissade until 1876, in which we begin to collect genre scenes and then move into the turn of the century. The Harvard Art Museums also is a museum that not until 2012 had endowment funds for the purchase of quote unquote American art. It was presumed that alums would give, and alums have given, to the tune of about 10,000 objects, including the Harvard University Portrait Collection, which are the world's second largest collections of Gilbert Stuart and John Singleton Copley, as Harvard commissioned both artists. So when I came, there were a couple of things that I needed to do. Nowhere did we talk about Indigenous heritage. Nowhere did we talk about evangelicalism as part of this tripartite relationship between commerce and colonialism, of which Harvard is deeply tied. Nowhere did we talk about the hemisphere. Nowhere did we talk about, if we're so fixated in this corner on Puritan identity and imaginaries, what is the rest of the hemisphere doing? So it became very apparent that I needed to shake things up by telling the truth. And so my first exhibition was called De los Andes al Caribe, from the Andes to the Caribbean. And it featured 23 works from the 18th and 19th century that stood in temporal unity, but iconic and formulaic disjuncture with the ways in which the collection had been held. And in doing this show, I made the community of Greater Boston a promise that under me, American art would no longer be a telling of a story from 1760 about to 1900, but would be a story from 1493 to 1900. And so we're looking here at an image from that installation. This was the Indigo Room. This was talking about domestic interiors in the Spanish colonial world, particularly in Peru. This one is for a family in Lima and Cusco. And it was the first time since the Harvard Art Museums reopened in 2014 that works of design, works on paper, and paintings hung in the same gallery. What that then allowed me to do was, after that show concluded in the fall of 2023, was to bring back to our permanent collection galleries some things that we could no longer unseen and could no longer talk about. And that is, and as you see here, these, I would argue, are the great icons of the American hemisphere between 1776 and 1784. The Virgen de Belén from Cusco, one of the mestizo Madonnas, and a portrait of a statue that still stands in the first ever orphanage for mixed-race women in Lima. In the second, my second acquisition, this is Virgen de Milagro, which used to be a Virgen de Guadalupe. And then when Charles V created the Rio de la Plata for criollos, and they moved from Peru to Rio de la Plata, current day Uruguay, Paraguay, and Argentina, they whitened Guadalupe, and she is now the Virgen de Immaculada, the Virgen of Immaculate Whiteness, and the Virgen of Miracles. And these are the same year as the wonderful Charles Wilson Peel from 1783, 1784, at the Battle of Yorktown, being from Virginia, a painting that I love and it's my honor to steward. These three icons now hang in the same gallery, talking about race, colonial anxieties, and the idea of how we talk about who we are. And then third, one of the deep promises of the next 3 to 4 years is that the university is finally reckoning. It is not reconciled, it is not making amends, but it is reckoning with the fact that it still owns 1.4 million human remains. And the fact that in all of its largesse and all of its branded acumen in the world has still not acquired with its own funds money by Indigenous and Native artists local to Massachusetts. My project, because I stopped at artists born at 1865, so works of art, largely till about World War I are under my purview. My project does not hasten that, but what it does do is that 200 works that represent Indigenous and Native persons are now being transferred into the American collections from larger Harvard collections, from the library, and most immediately from the Peabody Museum. And it is the joy of joys to engage in consultation with those nations and tribes, to let them know that images of their ancestors, ancestor objects, are now housed in the art museum, to let them know and invite them into our conditioning process, to processes of provenance, to making sure that they are framed and cleaned appropriately, to making sure that they are researched appropriately, and that they are housed with dignity, with ways that they can be accessed. All of these were things that are best practice, but for a university museum that prides itself on also being a major civic museum, the question that you just raised, Tim, of whether museums represent or shape culture, the Harvard Art Museum is committed to doing both. I'm committed to doing both. And that means that in order to sustain and be a great collaborator with my colleagues in modern contemporary practice, they need to see that Indigenous persons of great skill, mastery, and diplomatic heft have always been a part of the American hemisphere, the art, the material, visual culture of the Americas, and are integral to the ways we talk about the art, the material, visual culture of the United States. You cannot separate them. And that has been a lot of my work in the 4 years that I've been fortunate to be in the role.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for inviting me today. The question of nation in Canada right now is very fraught. And I think about my museum, the AGO, that sits on land originally owned by the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe Indigenous peoples. The Grange house that was a little Georgian house on the land was the original AGO site. And the institution then formed itself in 1900, so still quite new. Canada itself, also quite new, 1867. But I think as I have taken on my role, so I started as the curator of photography, actually, because that is my field. And then in 2020, formed a new department called the Arts of Global Africa and the Diaspora. And that department was created as a result of many things. I've been thinking about the idea of a department that focused on the continent and its global diaspora for many years, starting in 2017. But I think 2020, during COVID, George Floyd's murder, and the will to make the institution a place of welcoming and less trauma for the communities we serve in Toronto. There was a real will to kind of commit to creating this department. And when I was thinking about the department, I've heard the word used a lot today, collaboration. So while I am committed to programming and exhibitions and publications that focus on the continent and its global diaspora, so are my colleagues who are heads of the 6 other departments. So that means that photography, prints and drawings, European, ModCon, and Indigenous and Canadian are all interested in representing artists artists of African descent through their collections. So I'm just going to go very quickly through some of the kinds of interventions and exhibitions that I have been kind of at the forefront of my practice at the AGO. Free Black North was interestingly, a show that was mounted to celebrate Canada's sesquicentennial celebrations. And I was interested in using a collection, a private collection or 2 private collections of tintypes and ambrotypes, images of the descendants of people who came through the Underground Railroad and settled in southwestern Ontario. And the free is italicized because I was really questioning this notion of Canada as a refuge for the formerly enslaved, because those that arrived were still treated with the same kinds of anti-Black sentiment, marginalized and oppressed, while not being part of the kind of plantation system. And Canada also had a history of slavery that we don't often speak about. It isn't based on kind of plantation economies, but there were Black people who were laboring on small farms in Quebec and in Ontario. So this was an example of a kind of intervention in the kind of nation's celebration of its sesquicentennial. That's another image. Fragments of Epic Memory was an exhibition that was kind of undergirded in terms of a catalytic collection of photography that the AGO acquired in 2019. And the idea was to, and of course, then there was COVID. And so this show opened in 2021. And I wasn't interested in showing just this collection that really tells the history of post-emancipation from about 1838-ish with lithographs and then photographs to around the 1940s. I wasn't interested in just showing the photographs. I wanted the photographs to be in conversation with modern and contemporary works by artists in the Caribbean and in the diaspora. June Clark, Unrequited Love. June Clark is actually American, born in 1941 in Harlem, moves to Toronto in 1968 in protest of the Vietnam War, and there establishes, a 30-plus year practice. I'm even nervous showing this slide, sorry.
We're right with you.
Okay,
we stand with you.
So June has been really grappling with her relationship with the US. She actually gave up her citizenship in the 1970s. And here we presented a series of objects where she's really grappling with her this unrequited love with the United States, with the flag, and all of what the flag symbolizes or doesn't symbolize for her. And we did get some, maybe we'll get into this later, some interesting comments from mostly American tourists who encountered this display. And of course, this exhibition coincided with the US election. So it was definitely provocative, but also a prompt to think more, I guess, deeply about nation and citizenship and race and class. And finally, remember thinking about, again, how to represent audiences, a large demographic of people of African descent in Toronto, recent immigrants for sure from the continent, as well as the Caribbean. I'm so proud to have been able to spearhead this recent acquisition by the Black British sculptor, Thomas J. Price. This will be a work that will be installed right in front of the AGO. And even the fundraising for this acquisition, it was important to go to the community to raise the funds. And also, Toronto, interestingly, is not a place of a lot of public art. So it's also kind of making an intervention in that respect. But also this image of a 9-foot figure, Black woman in very kind of relaxed clothing, I think will make a very important statement in front of an institution that has been grappling with a lot of issues recently. Yeah, maybe I'll stop there.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you for those three wonderful sort of position papers, which raise really major issues for us to discuss. I mean, I suppose let's start perhaps with the idea of nation and perhaps ways that other concepts can balance out or redress the kind of ethno-nationalist underpinning of that term as it's been historically used. So you've raised obviously diaspora, we have indigeneity, and I was really wondering about, maybe we can go back down the line this way, because just to pick up your comments, you're working in an institution that I think some years ago used the phrase First Nations. But doesn't use that phrase anymore. But I think that's really interesting because the concept of nation is brought into question in its conventional modern usage by this term First Nations. And I wonder if you were there for the discussions about the change and whether that was in fact listening to communities that wished that change to be made, or how that happened. I know this is not your specialist area, but presumably it has a knock-on effect on the way that you're conducting your own curatorial life.
It's a great question, and absolutely. And the kind of the language, and again, it isn't my area of expertise, but Canada did go through, it was Indian, First Nations, Aboriginal, and now Indigenous. And I really want to give credit to my former colleague, Wanda Nanabush, who did a tremendous amount of heavy lifting in that institution to make sure that Indigenous artists and ways of meaning and being were inflected throughout the building. So Indigenous languages in our texts, but even the ways in which Indigenous and Canadian, the department, worked as a sovereign nations, nation to nation, sharing power, sharing all decision making. It really was a kind of seismic shift in the ways in which the institution ran. I mean, structurally, still issues, but she was able to really put Indigenous artists and philosophy, ideology throughout the building. So it didn't really matter what your area of expertise was. It was by de facto, these are the ways in which, we want to work in a kind of collaborative, power sharing way. And it really, again, shifts how we worked. And her departure, I think, has left, a massive gap. But I think that way of working still, there's great resonance. So we kind of all carry that. And of course, there is a very large Inuit and Indigenous collection. So I would often be in conversation with her in terms of the small African art collection that we have. How do we kind of work together to kind of think through the care and stewardship of that collection in conversation with the Indigenous collection? So.
Thank you for that wonderful answer. And I mean, maybe Horace, because you were suggesting a very subtle interaction between Indigenous art histories, or the histories of Indigenous art, and then diasporic art histories, both of which are part of your remit, even though traditionally speaking, the curator of American art would deal with, portraits of George Washington, which you also deal with. So I wondered how you sort of theoretically handle this intersection between, as it were, peoples moving, whether by choice or against their will, peoples who are very, very deeply rooted in a particular geography, and then a kind of settler colonial society. How does it all come together in your practice? Obviously, it does in your wonderful exhibitions. Not the easiest question I've ever asked.
It's the question of a life.
Yeah.
Right? It's the question of a career. I would say that the United States was formed in contradiction and in discourse, which means that we have to allow, should the United States continue to exist, we have to allow contradictions, discourse to lay side by side. So these things are not necessarily concentric or interlocking, but they are all true. One of the things I think is true is that even by calling the United States America, that shorthand is an ideological, assimilative, nation-building discourse. It is not true. America is a hemisphere. The United States is of America, and we are part of the Americas. And even the clarity of making sure that, and I think many of you know, European art and American art share galleries at the Harvard Art Museum. We share 15 galleries. even making clear across all of our labels and all our didactics that the United States will always say the United States and America always leads the hemisphere was a seismic shift for us. And it's one I'm committed to. For us, because we are in the United States, because we are a nested institution within an institution that has yet to reconcile and remit its atrocities against Indigenous nations, it is important for us, still in our terminology, to refer to them as nations. Because nations does a really interesting work in terms of how we imagine ourselves remembering, right? Museums, if we take a step back, museums in the ancient world, in grottos, in caves, in spaces set apart, were spaces dedicated to the muses, spaces dedicated to knowledge and human inspiration. And the mother of the muses, the Titan Mnemosyne, is the goddess of memory. We are institutions that care for, shepherd, contour memory for humanity. That is what we do, right? And in so doing that, if we are still ideologically within a country that needs to imagine itself as a nation, even though we could argue it never was a nation, then we also have to accord that level of world building to others who are still fighting to be recognized as communities, as confederacies, as active agents that are continuing into the present era and will continue into the future.
Great, thank you, thank you. The issues in Scotland are no less intense, but different. But the idea of nation, nation, nation being written on the front of an art gallery is actually, I think, something that might alarm many of us, even though actually it says the word British, if there was a label on the front of this one. So I wondered also about the things that might divide a nation, as well as the things that might form one. And it was really interesting that Horace brought up an issue which astonishingly we never deal with, or we too rarely deal with in the history of museum studies, which is religion. Which actually affects, such a huge proportion of the objects in most museum collections. And of course, Scotland has a very complex history of religious division. And I'm wondering if, even within a moment of Scottish nationalism, which is itself contested, do religious issues ever surface in terms of questions of identity when you're thinking, what is Scottish art?
It's interesting. That's interesting. When we opened the new galleries, one of the first questions that came in are, where are the religious pictures?
Yeah.
We know you've got them. In some senses, we don't, because one of the legacies of having a Calvinist revolution in Scotland was that the visual imagery was removed and destroyed.
Right.
And one of the most powerful works of art we have in the gallery, which is on loan from the Royal Collection, is the two outer wings of what was an altarpiece, because the altarpiece was destroyed because it had religious imagery, and the outer wings were kept probably because they had representations of the royal family on it. And they were kept in their images, portraits of royalty, but they were just the bits on the outside. When you opened it, the royals venerated the religious image in the middle. I suppose in we all work with collections, and this is something that Christine talked about. And one of our big obligations was to bring out a collection that people felt they hadn't seen for a long time. There isn't a lot of religious art, or also, I suppose we're thinking about modern audiences, and then that's something that's really important to any gallery organizers, who's coming in, who's seeing what's on the walls. One of our colleagues was keen to have a thematic display devoted specifically to religious art of the things that we do have. But in discussion with many of our other colleagues and with external representations of visitors, it was felt that perhaps wasn't if we had to devote precious space to displays, that having something on religion wasn't necessarily what we should have. And it is one of the most interesting, the feedback we get about the collections upstairs, the more European collections, is that it's dominated by religion. And that is seen as a criticism for modern audiences, that there isn't a huge interest in religious art, which is really difficult when you have a collection of Rembrandt and Botticelli and artists that are focused on that. So religion's an interesting one, and it's interesting in Scottish art. We did bring out a big painting that had been, because of its size, on long-term loan for a long time to a Catholic care home. And it was one of the, once it became more possible within official art to have Catholic imagery again, which is a mid-19th century thing, this very large painting focused on it was a religious history painting. We brought that back, we had it cleaned, we've put it out, and the sky hasn't fallen in. But it isn't, I think it's an interesting one, do modern audiences want religious art or not? But we do have a big gap for quite a long time where it wasn't a subject matter that was officially condoned. A lot of our art is officially condoned art, if that makes sense.
Julie, I wonder if I can ask you, and I know we're saving time for questions, but questions of religion and the African diaspora are also very important and powerful ones.
Yeah.
And I wonder how that relates to questions of empire and nation, or whether you can separate, as it were, spiritual questions, which are often addressed in exhibitions on, traditional African art forms, but not so much in modern and contemporary. And is that something you've grappled with in your curatorial practice?
Yeah. Oops. Recently, I installed a work, an installation by a local artist. He is Yoruba. And his name is Olusegun. I don't know why I'm blanking. But it's in the From gallery of African art is a kind of interesting architectural space in that it has a kind of periphery and then a kind of inner gallery. And for a long time that housed a kind of magnificent collection of what you might call blue chip African art, ancestral objects. And in 2020, those works were largely taken out of the inner gallery. The periphery stayed the same. So you can imagine these kind of ancestral objects on the periphery. But then that gave space or opened up space for some interesting interventions again. So I often include contemporary artists in that space. So Olusegun did a residency in Brazil. He'd been thinking about, it's now blanking, cowrie shells and divination, divination bowls. And he created a large-scale divination bowl in conversation with a video that he shot whilst he was in the residency. And what is happening is that you're seeing the activation of divination kind of through Yoruba. A Yoruba cultural practice. And I think it was really interesting to see the relationship between the objects on the periphery, which are utilitarian, but also, for spiritual practices. And then this kind of contemporary take on the same practice. So the idea for that gallery is to think about Africa as a contemporary place and not kind of fall back into kind of old, antiquated ideas of lack of progress and really kind of moving the kind of conversation beyond that. And it's worked in terms of the kinds of artists that are coming in to kind of activate the space in dialogue with the ancestral objects, which and many of which are still used today. So I think that's the only example I can kind of give.
But it's certainly it's a kind of object which militates against national identity.
Absolutely,
concept. So,
absolutely.
yeah. Horace, I know you have many things to say. When we first talked, you were at the Divinity School, so you know the question of religion and spirituality has been central to your sort of own academic journey, and I wonder how do you feel that plays out in relation to this job title, Curator of American Art? Are they at odds with each other, or are they coming together?
As I think many of the people in the audience know, the work of pastoral care for our supporters and our communities that I shouldn't say the pre-show. You know, work of people who love something dedicated means life to collecting assiduously, or dedicated means in life to caring for something their parents or grandparents or forebears collected, and then to get it and wanted to have a life of capacity, a possibility, and particularly for us, of inspiring a new generation to wonder about the world is, I think, a sacred task. And so one that I think in my training, becoming the collection curator flowed quite naturally. But I do think, particularly as we approach the semi-sesquicentennial here in the US, and for many in this region and closer to my home in Somerville and Cambridge last week was kind of the kickoff at Lexington and Concord of those first shots that then eddied into what we now think of as the war for US independence. I go back to the writings of George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, who are comparing the quote unquote birth of this new idea, which will found a new nation, to being sacred. And I think that sacredity, or that theological impulse, is one because it brings together politics, the stuff between us, between individuals and society, and it brings together hope. And those two things also bring together a broader sense of civic discourse, something that I think we're woefully lacking at this moment. And I think those are some of the most sacred things we can do. And so one of the things I'm excited for when I look at the galleries now 4 years in is this invitation, a sense of, I'm not expecting you to know who Gilbert Stuart is. I would love if people did. I'm not expecting you to know about the Circle of Benjamin West or Thomas A. Gibbs or the Bath Academy, or I'm not expecting you to know about the material properties of marble and why it's such a fascinating material substance for artists to innovate and experiment with. I'm excited when you come in open to look. And if we're going to privilege that sense of sight, let's give them something wondrous, but also multifaceted to look at, so that they can then, our visitors can go to any other museum in the world and feel like they have certain handholds, certain questions they can keep refining for themselves. I think that's sacred.
Thank you. One quick question, quick answers from all of you. How do you counter the challenge, the critique that art museums are inevitably elitist, in that the objects they represent are selected precisely because they are not typical, they are exceptional, they're objects of high value, and they almost invariably come from people who've had a privileged role in society? my question for you is, what about class? An unfashionable term, but an important one. And how do you then deal with issues of popular culture, of objects which are not valued highly by the market, but which might be historically or visually resonant? Are there ways in which, you know, for example, in this institution, the top floor is mainly oil paintings, which are all made for an elite audience. Some of them represent a much wider world. But in the hidden archives on the second floor is a huge collection of manuscripts, rare books, and ephemera, which allows a totally different set of stories to be told. And some of those objects have never been of high value. They are, you know, they're things that circulated among people who were not wealthy. So how do you deal with questions of class in relation to nation, because the nation surely is not in fact defined only by its elite? Maybe we can start with the Scottish elite.
I think a big breakthrough for our institution a few years ago was to think about the collection as one collection. Originally, we were different organizations. We had the older art, we had a portrait gallery, and we had modern contemporary gallery, and they all had separate collections. But we think about it now as one, and that actually gives us a lot more leeway to have dialogues and confrontations, and to encourage people to work across. So thematic, I come from a background of thematic history, and I love the fact that you can put something that's really quite a theme. It doesn't have to be work by the most famous artists if it's addresses with a theme. And that's something we can do very much with exhibitions. It can be more challenging with permanent displays, and we've started with the collection, but you know, it's the beginning. So in the future, we can have interventions, I think, much more. But I think it can be sometimes putting things together from different parts of the collection to make you think about what you're looking at. And I'm quite excited, particularly as we're now looking to our sort of classic collections, to do that, to maybe think about the big beasts upstairs, and not to always have them as, again, something on a pedestal, I think, because they deal very often, and a lot of painting deals with human values that are universal, and you just need the right way in, and to give people different ways in, I think it's possible that we have the means to do that.
Thank you. Horace, you've dealt with religion, nation, history, empire, diaspora. What about class? For an encore.
I often think about it as taking a breath and saying the histories as we know them were never set in stone. They were not, the US becoming its own country was not a given. And so the portraits, the design, the furniture, the silver, the pewter, all the way up until, you know, one of the great federal era icons of our collection, Gilbert Stuart's medallion portrait of Thomas Jefferson, that for generations went back and forth between Monticello, which was my first job in museums and where I first encountered it. Now I get to be the steward of it again. These things are full of anxiety. They have to operate in a transatlantic world, whether or not there is a kind of capitulation at Yorktown or not. And so that sense of a breath, and that these works are deeply invested in their time. So we have to historicize, and we have to realize that if history had gone a different way, these works would have to be a part of other kinds of narratives, right? And the humility of that, I think, is important. And then, of course, being an academic museum, we get to say, someone decided that this no longer needed to be in their dining room, in their bedroom, in their ancestral home, that it needed to be here. And one of the reasons why generations of Harvard presidents and museum directors have worked so that the Fogg and the Harvard Art Museums are now finally free as of 2 years again, is to give this to the world. So I think we acknowledge it, but we also say there have been moments where these things were not as fixed as they were, and they're now here for you.
Fantastic, thank you. Julie, I'm thinking your tintypes are a wonderful example of a kind of object which didn't carry the sort of elite imprimatur when they were made. They were everyday objects, but have now taken on this great power in your exhibitions.
I'm actually thinking of another example that, of course, is an excellent one. But when we think about class, you know, my museum is really trying to think about access, how we represent and get the communities that we serve into the museum. And an exhibition came across my desk a few years ago, and it was called The Culture, Contemporary Art and Hip Hop in the 21st Century. And you know, there was a lot of conversation about, you know, dare we, do we, how do we? And I think it was a traveling show, originated in Baltimore, and then it was St. Louis Art Museum and Baltimore Museum of Art who kind of came together to create this show, and then it came to Toronto. And I think the question of class was kind of so much part of the discussions around this exhibition, because what are we going to see? Well, you're going to see contemporary art by people like, or artists like Julie Moretu, but also a giant sculpture of Air Force One shoes made out of car parts, because it's about a larger culture. And within that culture, there's a range of making. And yes, it is about hip hop, but it is about the ways in which contemporary artists are referencing hip hop and this larger culture. But all of the conversations were kind of bottlenecked around class. And it was a very interesting moment for me. And in the end, it was a very successful exhibition, because what the front of house kept doing is insisting, or not insisting, maybe suggesting to little old ladies who came to see the Rodin sculpture, what about going to the 5th floor and experiencing the culture? And then they would come back and say, I'm so happy you recommended that exhibition to me. So it was an interesting experiment in a way, but class writ large in the institution, and notions around value, and whose voice is valued, whose art is valued, and, you know, to your point, how do you kind of take a breath, relax around it, and kind of resist the impulse to automatically think about, you know, a kind of value assumption. And I think that's what I'm always trying to mitigate in my work.
Wonderful note to end our conversation on, but I'm going to open it up. We've got, well, we haven't really, but we'll take some time for questions, because there's so many important issues have been raised. Don't think about your sandwich, think about your question. We have some questions in the room for any of our panelists. So there's one up there. Kishwa. Can we get a mic coming your way? I think we need it for the video. Thank you. It's not working.
There we go. All right. Thank you so much for these really thoughtful comments and insights. And it's a really exciting panel to hear, as was the morning. And I wonder if you could, 3 of you actually have very different institutions. At least 2 of you, I believe, are public institutions of some, yes. And Harvard is, of course, ostensibly private. And I wondered if you could speak a little bit about the interface with the state. Because of federal funding, and of course, again, Harvard being at the moment the epicenter of that conversation that is taking place. And if you could talk about how your curatorial decisions or conversations that are happening at every level that you, or whichever level you choose to, about changes that, you know, we have this idea that the university or the museum sits on its own, that we are somehow, have some autonomy, but we know the fact that it isn't really ever true and never has been. So if you could speak a little bit about what your experience has been, perhaps either from the present or in general, about how these conversations and who the representatives, your counterparts might be on the other side.
Great. Shall we start in Scotland?
So yes, we're funded by the Scottish government. We are, as Christine said, we don't have a direct relationship. We're not managed by the government. We are managed by trustees at one remove, but we do align ourselves very much with, in a sense, the large government outcomes. It's something that, as an organisation, we want to try and help to deliver things that are seen as being important to the Scottish state. I think something that has been it's very, I think, interesting. There's been a lot of interest in our galleries with the Scottish Gallery, but also with the international collections, because particularly the word Brexit was used recently by them this morning. Scotland identified very closely with Europe, and it was difficult. Brexit was a difficult, I think, for many of us. But having an international collection and an outward-looking institution, I think it's something that we felt was very important to highlight Scottish art within an international context. And that's something that, very interestingly, we can see that different members of the Scottish government ally with as well. So I think we're all traveling in the same direction, but we manage manage difference, so we keep a bit different, that distance. That's good for us, but ultimately I think we're all part of the same universe, and we want the same things. And I think that's something we're very proud to do. We in that sense, as an institution, we are Scottish.
Did you feel any tension when the Scottish government wanted one thing and the Boris Johnson wanted another? Or were you insulated from the British national, the nation state of Great Britain? Does that impact you, or are you strictly connected to the Scottish state?
We're more, I think, more associated with the Scottish state. That, interestingly, things like acquisition funds come from London. And that was something that was, when I think Christine mentioned, when we were looking at a period of devolution, that was something we were quite worried about, the lottery funding. Scotland is a small country. We're not particularly rich. And we, in a sense, those sources of funding are very important to us. So there was a moment of uncertainty. We didn't know where things would go. It's not something we talked about at the time, but it was, if that would be quite difficult. We have a very strong relationship with the Scottish state, and we're funded, but we need to do what we need to do. We need other sources of funding, and Brexit has removed many of the European ones from us, from our academic situation as well. So interesting, something we perhaps don't often talk about. But that I think was the most worrying thing, because you need, we're very good at getting these sources of funds, but if they're cut off, then we're quite vulnerable, I think, as an organisation.
Thank you. How about Canada? Julie?
Yeah, we do get a lot of funding from the province, the state.
Yeah. What about the nation? How does that work?
Well, we're not in Ottawa.
Right.
So the National Gallery of Canada has a little bit more ties, and I would say the restrictions are a little bit more acute than in Ontario. I mean, the province gives whatever's allocated for a budget. I know that there are current budget conversations, but there are no real ties when I think about it, or I think we have a member of the province and local government on our board, but they certainly don't have a say in, how the museum is run. But there is, of course, accountability in terms of, budget and fiscal responsibility and that kind of thing. But yeah, we don't. It's not as it isn't strident, I guess. Yeah.
I would say, first and foremost, that at Harvard, we often think of ourselves as not just a nested institution within an institution, but an ecosystem within an ecosystem. So the Harvard Art Museums represent only 4 of the 61 entities that collect and show art in Cambridge. And then if you look at Harvard properties around the world, we are 4 institutions out of about 85 that have collections and show works of art. And so for us, coming together, the Asian Art Museum, the wonderful Bush Reisinger Museum, the FOG, the Strauss Center for the Technical and Scientific Study of Art, and the ongoing excavation at Sardis in Turkey, those are the entities that can form the Harvard Art Museums, though we are not even, I think, a small percentage of the incredible arts collecting and exhibiting entities at Harvard. When we came together on one site in 2014 and the new building opened, one of the brilliance of the provost was to raise double the money so that the building came with its own endowment. So 97% of everything that we do is coming from endowment funds every year. The other 3% is coming from the university, and that is for endowed salaries, not for operational costs. I was telling my wonderful peer, colleague, and friend, Mark Mitchell, at the Yale Art Gallery last night. We were talking a little bit about this, and for the past 7 years, Harvard has not gotten, the art museums rather, have not gotten any A or NEH funding for our exhibitions, and in many ways, that's as it should be. Other organizations need that funding. What we get is kind of, we have an idea, we're not quite sure because of 400 years worth of endowment terms where we can pull the money for something good. So the Mass General Arts Council of Massachusetts State will give us like 2,000 or 3,000 for a particular project for 2 or 3 years. And then we find endowment funds to cover that. But that's, I guess, our relationship to the state. I have not, in my terms there, ever felt that anything I was doing or anything that I wanted to do had oversight in terms of thinking about a kind of larger state apparatus or a state discourse or eye. I will also say that in my collection committee, I have Ambassador Middendorf, who just turned 100 last year, Secretary of War under Nixon, and Vice Admiral of the US Navy under Reagan, and also ambassador to the Netherlands, and also a composer of 25 operas. And he is one of my biggest supporters, and we do not agree politically. He is my largest supporter. And so to have that as a kind of forerunner to do the work of telling truth and invitation is a gift.
Maybe if someone's got one question which we can encourage our panelists to answer very briefly. Is there one yes or no answer question? Perhaps the question is it time for lunch? We will at this point thank our 3 magnificent panelists for their contributions.
I hope you enjoyed a nice lunch break. It is a beautiful day. I am delighted now to introduce our second panel and our moderator, Shreya Chatterjee, Head of Research Initiatives at the Paul Mellon Center.
Thank you. Thanks, Christina. Does everyone hear me okay? Okay, great. Welcome back. This panel is going to look at a lot of things that we have already touched upon. But it's called Art Museum Nation in the History of Art and really the history of museums as well. We're going to keep it fairly informal and conversational, but we'll have 3 questions or talking points, and we'll sort of each go and talk to these talking points. And then we'll have time afterwards for questions and conversation with the audience. So I'll start so that we can have enough time for thoughts and conversations, I'll just introduce the panel. And again, I'll just do a very quick introduction, and longer bios are available on the website, so feel free to have a look. So first up is Nana Adusei-Poku, who is Assistant Professor of History of Art and African American Studies at Yale University. And then we have Andrew McClellan, who is Professor of History of Art and Architecture at Tufts University, and Marina Tikienko, who is Ellen McLaughlin Associate Curator of Native American Art at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. So we have a range of different scholars and museum practitioners, and I'll kind of launch into the first question, because this panel really looks both to the past and the present. So could you talk to us about how Enlightenment era practices of imperialism and scientific racism have shaped the collections and institutions you work with? And perhaps think with us about how modern museum practice reckons with some of these histories now. And also some of these histories now are potent in other ways, so really kind of to think between the past and the present.
Oh, my slide is first, right? But I wanted to give you the opportunity, because I'm a little bit of the oddball in this on this panel, because I have to explain why. I have never worked in a museum that has a collection directly. I am more of an academic, and I have taught curatorial studies. So really the discussions that started after the 1960s have more been my expertise. However, I'm happy to share that when I inherited a syllabus at an institution where I worked for 3 years that was on exhibition histories and curatorial studies, I noticed right away that there was a significant amount of information missing in the museum studies literature that I had, or exhibition histories that I looked at. And so for me, it became really important, as someone who was very immersed in post-colonial theory, history of art, visual culture studies, and cultural studies, to understand, okay, when and how do these museums, and I'm really grateful for our first panel, because in terms of the timeline the two speakers presented, it made it very clear to me why certain efforts happened in the beginning of the 20th century by African Americans. But to go back again, with the emergence of these museums, they coincide, of course, with the colonial era, with empire. We talked about this already. But I am a great fan of Simon Gikandi's work. And if you haven't read Slavery and the Culture of Taste, it's a book that I can highly recommend, because the understanding of art on display and commodity culture and the rise of the middle classes really has to be thought of in relationship to the transatlantic slave trade and colonial expansion and the subjugation of human beings. So in my syllabus, we start with Simon Gikandi's Slavery and the Culture of Taste. And the first thing that we do then is we go into human zoos, which coincided with world fairs and with the representations of nation states and with empire, because it's part of the culture of display, and it's part of an understanding of people of African descent and people who were not European or considered European, that they would be actually, you know, like animals in these like animated cages, sort of. So that's where I started, and so I'm more on the, like, let's say, intellectual path to undo our understanding, and also this like self-understanding of like this is okay, you know, to have these institutions in the way how they are operating. And the previous panel has pointed out beautiful practices, how that can be done, and I'm doing my part intellectually. So the examples that I'm showing, and so I said exhibition histories. In the United States, there is a very interesting history regarding exhibitions and Black exhibitions, because after the abolition of slavery and after, of course, like Reconstruction and so forth, it was from the outset for African Americans of the greatest importance to be part of the culture of display. So I have an example here for you from the National Emancipation Exposition. That's like the image that you see up there. And I love the question about the division between Egypt and Africa, because the kind of borrowing of Egypt was like one of the core themes. And this is the National Emancipation Exposition that took place in Philadelphia in 1913. And you can see here the beautiful architecture, the Temple of Beauty in the Great Court of Freedom that was installed. And underneath there was a pageant for the Star of Ethiopia. So I'm always impressed by the curation of these events, because you have like installation and you have also this like really performative moment happening. And then further in the middle, America's Making Exposition with the beautiful Ethiopia's Awakening that was commissioned by W.E.B. Du Bois in 1921, created by Meta Warwick Fuller. Meta Fuller Warwick. I always mix her last name on. Can someone help me? Thank you, Warwick Fuller, which we actually also have here in the collection. So if you have a chance to go to the Beinecke, it's a treasure. And then, but these obviously, these are fairs, these are moments, these are temporary moments. When we think about institution, the very first exhibition where African American art was on view was in 1921 during the Negro in Art Week, curated by Alan Locke, with the help of the Chicago Women's Club at the Chicago Art Institute. Now, I want to point out, though, that this exhibition didn't take place in the museum. It was actually in the Children's Museum, which is I think, a very important point to make in relationship to the perception of Africanness and primitivism and children, but that's another project I'm working on. So it's hard to talk about a museum's collection for me, but I'm happy to talk about notions of inclusion, in example, and how hard Black people have been actually fighting to be part of these institutions.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm a historian of institutions and of museums in particular, and museums are coeval with the Enlightenment period itself and the Enlightenment's fascination with defining and categorizing information in peoples. So there, you can't think of museum without thinking of the Enlightenment and all of that brought with it. In terms of the integration of nation patriotism, we go back even further. And in terms of what was art, what was considered art, these are inherited notions that the Enlightenment takes over and then solidifies and puts into physical form in its first museums. And let's see. So if we go right back to the beginnings of art history and Vasari's Lives of the Artists, there's a way in which you can think of that book as a Florentine propaganda exercise. Vasari was writing Florence, defining the canon of art and of great art around Florentine achievement. And the history of art really builds on that foundation outwards as other authors from other parts of Italy and then into Northern Europe move one after the other to incorporate the achievement of their own region and their own country into the canon. And museums come along in the 18th century and essentially illustrate these historical texts. And a canon is formed. The idea of what should be in these museums concretizes around a very set small number of artists, which is a structure that has been passed down and still very much applies. And I think one of the things that with each nation that's bidding to join the canon, you have to, in order to validate yourself, you have to produce art that is equal to or seen to be equal to the art that has come before it, beginning with the Florentines. And we see early on in the history of museums an effort to build nation into the structure and the visiting experience of the people who first came. So on the left there, you see an image of King Louis XVI's Minister of Arts, whose idea it was to transform the Louvre, which was then a royal palace, into a museum. And the floor plan draped across his lap was organized such that a visitor would pass from the early Italian schools, Vasari defined, through the northern schools, so-called, the Dutch schools of the 17th century, and then end with France. So the idea really was a progressive movement that moved across nations and time, beginning with the Renaissance, moving into the 17th century, and ending with the flowering of French art, which was the future as well as the present. And many of the famous neoclassical paintings from this era, including paintings by David, were intentionally made for the Louvre. And that gets taken over by the Revolution and then Napoleon, and we're off and running. Museums that come after that in the 19th century essentially emulate the model of the Louvre. And one by one nation after another, you see an incorporation, a repetition of a canonical structure. So in the case of the National Gallery, 1903, and you can pick virtually any plan from any 19th century museum and you'll find much the same. The entrance up through the vestibule and so forth begins where Vasari does with the Renaissance, moves around chronologically, and then ends with the British School. And each National Gallery that comes after it seeks to incorporate national achievement into an already defined structure. And we can look at the National Gallery in Washington, a latecomer to the exercise from the built in the 1940s. And again, if you follow the numerical room numbering, you begin where Vasari does in the Italian Renaissance, and you move room by room, slightly enlarged canon by the 1940s. But for sure, we end up finding American art embedded in the chronological circuit. And so we'll come back to this again, but it's a question of, well, what counts as American art in this case, or what counts as British art in the case of the National Gallery? And a couple of things I think are already set in stone. As I said, it has to be high art, it has to be fine art, and fine art museums are defined from the Louvre onwards as such. And in the 19th century, you begin to see the echoes of this Enlightenment categorization with the formation of parallel museums. We heard a lot this morning about the structures and the embedded nature of departments within museums, but museums themselves. Art museums are separated from ethnology museums, are separated from decorative arts museums. And crossing those boundaries has, I think, been a real challenge for museums in the 21st century in order to enlarge the storytelling that goes on. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you for the great questions, Ryan. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. So I'm giving us a little bit more history in a much larger institution. So I'm from the Museum of Fine Arts Boston, which was founded in 1870. And in 2021, I became the inaugural curator of the and implicit, now I'm associate. But what's quite interesting is that the collections actually changed there. So the Native American collection began at the Museum of Fine Arts Boston in 1877. We are a museum of, across time, across cultures. We now call it comprehensive, it's often known as gratuitous and encyclopedic. So Native American art can kind of neatly fit into that if we're talking about the whole arts of the world. But what I've really been working on, and speak more about later, is art is looking at actual ways of that. And here you're seeing two versions of the Native American gallery, which for much of the history, although we had a Native collection, did not have that gallery space. So on the left, you're seeing an interstitial gallery, which was near the American galleries, but also near the Egyptian galleries. And then to the right is our gallery from 2010, when it was installed in the lower ground level as part of the entire building creation of the American display. And I think this idea of these questions about enlightenment, scientific racism, and history of institution really speak to the fact that there was a collection of Native American art for over 100 years before there was curative material, and also within the history of the collection itself. It's mostly been acquired through gifts, which is the case of many collections, but not with any sense that the collection of Native American art should reflect where we are, nor with any sense that that what the types of objects are in it and is really shifted. So there was much larger collection in the early 18th century. In the early 20th century, we're still living in this. Andrew and I talked a bit about this as well. Much of the collection was deposited, the American collection was given to other institutions. And earlier we heard about this similarly happening with the Metropolitan and Museum of Natural History. And this is kind of the American Museum of Natural History, excuse me. So there's many, in this small collection of the vast mark small relative to the institution, you can really see many of the kinds of history of kind of understanding Native American collections over time. Particularly the kind of sense that so many of the initial belongings were not art enough to remain in a collection of fine art. And what is remaining, I think that the image on the right compared to that is that we have a great deal of Southwest Native property. We are not in Southwest. But it was really easy for a while this collection was within the American Library of Arts, because we could understand with period we could understand pottery as art and as related to mysticism. And the collection still is housed in many different departments. I love that you have wonderful relationships with these colleagues, but I think it's really interesting when you think about dividing what is Native American place, particularly collection, North American art. And so I'm still kind of figuring out these questions and figuring out how to best serve the collection that I have here to the galleries, and also many Native communities that I am responsible to.
Yeah, great. The problem is I have like quite a few questions for all of you, and I'll try to stick to time. But just very quickly, I was curious, Marina, about what Native American art means in this collection or in America versus what it might mean also elsewhere, and how that sits with kind of histories of museums, but also kind of the American nation and its sort of relationship.
I spoke about this on the and the kind of parents there's a law. She started in 1930s, and that the Indian it's from 1990 or 1990. So unlike other forms of art, this relates to the way that Native American identity is also requires that you're in affairs and power to become membership, to have a tribe membership. There is a legal definition of Native American art in the United States, which means that a Native is either from a state recognized tribe. There are 579 other recognized tribes in the state recognized tribe as well. So there is like a very, official designation based on that of what constitutes Native American art. And I also say that I said that with that, an indigenous person from part of the United States, Indigenous landscape, asking to hang out from Wuhan or Guam. And so I'm a visitor here. And so I'm kind of, again, this strange and an honor to oversee a collection that I am a guest and a visitor, but also to kind of understand that recognition is very complicated. It's not comprehensive. It's often, based on colonial ideas of like how long a person has been in a place. So there's often a tie to like a geographic location. In the Northeast, it's sometimes meeting houses or praying towns or specific sites within like a church that you can kind of trace your history back to, but that doesn't encompass everyone who is Indigenous. And also in the city of Boston, we in many sites, and our museum included, we recognize the Massachusetts tribe of Ponkapog, who is an unrecognized tribe. by the state and by the federal government. So it's very complicated.
Yeah.
And, in a way, the Indian Arts and Crafts Act makes it somewhat simple, but then when you kind of look deeply, you know that many, many people are left out by that designation.
Yeah.
And also that, again, because of Canada and because the medicine line up north, there's so many communities that kind of cross both lines. And if we look to the south as well, there's, so many more similarities between tribes on either side of the Canadian border than, a tribe that's from North Dakota and a tribe in the Southwest.
Yeah.
Right. And so you also kind of understand that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you had any thoughts on each other's responses, but I think the one strand I wanted to pull out between what you started with, Nana, and what Andrew, you were talking about, kind of classification, and you're mainly looking at sort of fine art, and then kind of thinking about how museums have separated between natural history, ethnography, and what we have as our fine art museums, but how, in some sense, the kind of the closeness between ethnology museums and natural history museums, they're much closer than sort of fine art museums as well. And I think kind of as we talk more today, trying to figure out those what sits closer and who has made those decisions, and how museums now are kind of reckoning with these decisions, I think is going to be helpful as well. So yeah, I'll follow on to the next.
I mean, I had a lot of, I mean, in a way, with the attempts, with everything that we've listened to today, it's so clear that, there's always, museums are consistently failing because they have to fail because of where they come from the time that where they're coming from the categorizations that are created, from the boundaries, etc. So I think Horace sort of insinuated that the contradictions have to be made visible in order to not make the claim that this is the ultimate knowledge or wisdom or story that is shown, but rather like there are multiple stories here, and all we can do is our best to give you a relatively incohesive picture.
Yeah.
Right? And that's actually something which I thought was quite beautiful to listen to, and that goes through all of the various presentations, but it is not something that I see in practice a museum really making as a statement. We are failing you, and let's talk about it. And I can only say this because I'm not a curator in a museum.
But it's so much easier in an academic institution to shift what you teach and to shift curriculum. And even then, interdisciplinarity, which we've been talking about for 30 years, is harder to achieve in fact than it is in theory, because of departmental structures and hiring practices and so forth. And you see those boundaries more concretely drawn, I think, in the physical structure of museums and in the way in which they're tied to objects, which are very expensive, take a lot of care. So it's harder to sort of just shift narratives overnight.
So this leads into the next question, where I would really love to know about some concrete examples of projects that you've worked on, either in Marina's case, curatorial realms, but also pedagogic and scholarly realms, that really speaks to the role of the museum today vis-a-vis constructions of the nation and nationalism, so both historically and in the present.
It's again me who is supposed to start, but I'm really happy to jump over my presentation because it's like do you want me to start?
Please do.
Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, so I'm bringing you very much into the present then, and it's not a museum project, but it is a project that I did at the Academy of Arts, and it's also not object-based. It's a performance platform that I did. It was the Academy of Arts in Berlin. And I chose this example because of multiple reasons. On the one hand, it was really shortly after Ferguson and my first project, which I did in the Netherlands. And I can speak actually very well to what it means to stage Black art and shows in various different European and then also US contexts, which because each context is so different in regards to where the discourse around even the acceptance of Blackness is. But Performances of Nothingness was very much inspired by a theorist called Fred Moten, who wrote this like beautiful text called Blackness and Nothingness, Mysticism of the Flesh. And I took this, and he's like, I'm not going to bore you with like his borrowing from Heidegger and so on, because that's not, it's slightly irrelevant. What was important to me here was that I realized that the immediacy of performance had a very strong impact on audiences and an understanding of the self in relationship to the subject rather than the object. And so doing this at the Academy of Arts in Berlin was in so far important, and I don't know if you've ever been, it's right at the Brandenburger Gate, a very historically charged site. You're all from the field, so you know what the Academy of Arts did, just like the Academy in France and Paris and all of these different empires had their own academies and were determining what is art and what is good art and what is no art. And so to be in this space and to launch a project with being a Black German person, launching a project in the Academy of Arts, looking at the Brandenburger Gate, having all Black queer performers, scholars, sound artists was something that had never happened before, particularly at this site. So that was something that was very special to me because I branched it out. So the audience had the possibility to dive into whichever thing they wanted to do. So if there was a sound performance, that was something that was done communally, but then this is the next project. Sorry, I wasn't allowed so many images. Anyways, there were moments where people were in workshops, movement workshops, reading workshops. There was a tour, an accessible tour through Berlin, looking at the colonial roots of Berlin, which was organized by Joshua Kwesi Akins, who's also a Black German scholar based in Berlin. And so bringing all of these people into the space led into my next project. So you see, this is not something that became institutionalized. And this is also something that I want to emphasize. I'm always invited to bring in the, different perspective. And then there is like for a long time, nothing happening anymore in regards to Blackness or, whatever queerness or post-colonial theory. So when I was teaching at the center, this is fast forward. So now I'm in Berlin, and then I was in the United States. And I was teaching at the Center for Curatorial Studies at Bard College. And the project that I did there, and also the project that I'm immersed in book form now, really came out of this experience because there was so much comment on the notion of emotional endurance and how it is possible for these performers here, in this case, particularly Okwe Okpokwasili, who's an incredible performer if you haven't seen her yet. She's based in New York City and performs there quite often. Was really the notion of like, I cannot hold all of this in my body for such a long time, and it's so hard to witness. So there was a lot of crying and a lot of pain and release and sorrow, which led me to a project called Black Melancholia. And with Black Melancholia, this is an artistorical interjection or intervention, because what is really important, and this is Bridget Cooks speaking, the infamous, incredible African-American art historian who wrote in her book, Exhibiting Blackness, very succinctly about either Black narratives being corrective in museums, right? So you have these like corrective shows, or you have still these like rediscoveries. But in fact, there's always a kind of ethnographic lens around shows that include Black subjects. I also want to emphasize that it's always important for me in my projects to make it a diasporic project. So not to only have African Americans or only have Black British artists included, because I'm Black German, we're never included. So like, let's talk about the diaspora. And this project started when I was again in Berlin at the Neue Nationalgalerie, and there was a show coming from Paris, and I think it was at the Musée d'Orsay, and it was the Melancholy show. Incredibly beautiful show, huge. And I don't know, they had massive resources. It came to Berlin. I was so excited. Of course, it started with Dürer. That's okay. And then there was no artist of color. And I was utterly shocked and really sad and melancholic in another way. So I thought to myself, wait a minute, there is something in Black art that is deeply melancholic, but it has its own roots. And I started to explore this amongst many other things in this exhibition. And I just have to briefly talk about this curtain, because it looks like I created a coffin a little bit, right? There was like white drapings on the wall, but this is actually a reference to the, because I was teaching curatorial studies and exhibition histories. So I'm referencing the first documenta, which was trying to bring, which had these like white curtains, which was really trying to bring Germany back on the map of modern art after being, quite exclusive in their narrative about what was good art and what was modern art in particular. That show also didn't include any Black artists. So I was like, okay, let me put these white curtains up, because we're starting something new here. We're starting something different. And as you see, there's like works that were not on view for since they had been the last time on view in the 1950s. An example, William Artis, The Quiet One, that you see on the right side. And then there's Selma Burke's Despair. And one piece that I was very happy to include, but I couldn't include in terms of physical inclusion, but only through photographs, was Augusta Savage's Realization. And that's my last point, sorry, but this is a particular important point to make, because of that generation of female sculptors. We don't have their work because they were not worthy to be collected by the very museums we're talking about today, okay? So that's why they don't exist, because these women were living in poverty. They had no funds to often cast the works in bronze, and if they did, even so, they disappeared. We don't have them. Most of their oeuvre is lost. So we have these few photographs, a very melancholic curatorial move to say this work is here. It's still present with us. Yeah, that's me.
Thank you.
Well, I could talk for a long time about my current book project, and I won't. But it's I'm interested in history and in the way in which history informs the present. So what I'm doing right now is writing a book about the MFA Boston and the Gardner Museum as rivals at the turn of the last century. But the idea really is to try and describe the conditions for the creation of a modern museum, such that we encounter really all over the world. What caused those conditions to be created? What pressure points were exerted? What are the outcomes of the decisions that were made? And one of them was the getting rid of a lot of ethnographic material in the early 20th century at the Met and at the MFA. Why? What was causing that decision to shift the focus so radically, such that now the Met, MFA are trying so hard to get it all back again? So I'm not going to talk more otherwise.
So why?
Yeah.
Why?
We have to read the book to get the answer.
Please.
It has to do with defining the conditions for the art museum itself. What is an art museum? And in short, I think the decisions were made to double down on fine arts and to create optimal circumstances for the visual apprehension of objects. So the physical manipulation of space and display to maximize the impact of singular objects, the choice of singular objects, the selection process, that caused some to be upgraded, some to be downgraded, and some to be shifted to another museum altogether.
And can they get them back? Is it a real
well, then you come up
question?
against these boundaries between museums. I mean, I was curious what Horace has to say about working across the museums at Harvard. My understanding is that it's been very difficult historically. And it shouldn't be, but who am I to say? And at the MFA also, you know, getting the objects back, you gave them to Harvard 100 years ago, you know, are they playing ball? You don't have to answer that.
We have very good relationships with the Peabody Museum of the PMAE. But I think that the question of the nation, I just wanted to get back to that, but I also wanted to speak to something Nana said about museums failing. I like to think of it as museums make mistakes. And we try, I think, especially within the history of curating Native American art and how historically many curators were not Native American or not related to any indigenous community or you know, had any kind of understanding. I think that there's an enormous learning curve that we're still trying to kind of bridge. But also I say this a lot with respect to like the local communities, which I'm going to talk about a bit more later, in and around the Boston area, is that you can't expect after 150 years of ignoring someone that they just want to be your best friend, that they want to like come and be a part of the institution. And we have this issue, I think, with a lot of communities of color, and I'm sure Andrew's book gets into the history of like not wanting to be part of Roxbury at one point, which is a neighborhood in Boston which is historically Black. And now we kind of want to be the institution of Roxbury again. And, you know, I think there's these histories are messy, and getting to something that was spoken about earlier of this idea of class is that we want these institutions now to be for our cities and for our publics, but they were made, the idea of educating a broad expanse of people, but they were not made for everyone, right?
Exactly.
They were not made for everyone. They were not made by people that represented the common person in any sense of the word. And I think it's important to kind of keep that in mind. And we're making mistakes. We're playing catch up. And I did a wonderful grant with the Autry Museum of the American West, which has an enormous Native American collection, a much larger staff, more than one, curators of Native American art. And we've spoken a lot about how even with all the relationships they have with the Gambrelina Tongva, with California Indian tribes, they still make mistakes and learn from them. And I think that was one of the best things I took away from that partnership, is just that we've made mistakes and we will continue to make mistakes. Before I speak too much about something else, I just wanted to speak to this idea of the nation. So the Museum of Fine Arts Boston opened its doors in 1876. Intentionally, not coincidentally, to kind of celebrate the centennial. And our wing of Art of the Americas, which we've shortened to the American wing, but it's really our ambition and somewhat our collection to be of the Americas. So in 2026, we will be reinstalling our 18th century galleries. I'm working on 2 of these. And of course, the idea of nation and nations is very present in many of the discussions that we're having. And in one of the galleries that I'm working on, it will be a better title than this. But right now we're calling it Homes and Families, because we're thinking about very complicated ideas of home. And in the era of COVID or post-COVID, it's much easier to get you into the mindset of a person in the 18th century of the home being the space for all things, kind of other than religious life, but your home is where you have your children, you make your clothing, you do your business, whatever that business may be. If you're a merchant, if you're, you know, there are many, of course, I'm not going to get too deep into that, but this is just a kind of selection of objects that allows us to think about families a little bit more broadly. So a wonderful piece by the Saginaw Chippewa artist Summer Yabe, which shows 19th century basket makers. And the name of that is The Basket Makers. And she is an artist who can't make baskets, but is a beader, a very wonderful beader. And so this is actually a beaded portrait of ancestors in her family, 2 of whom were unknown. And I think that's also kind of beautiful because she's someone who lives in her community. And even within that, there's still, you know, people whose names were not recorded. And then a wonderful portrait by Joshua Johnson. I believe this is our oldest painting. No, I think now it's not, but it was at one point the oldest painting by an African-American artist in the collection, representing two family of abolitionists, the Aikens. Then a wonderful Maliseet box on the top, and a wonderful piece by Mashpee Wampanoag artist Ramona Peters. So some recent collecting I've done with living artists, as well as some pieces that have long been in the collection. And to not speak too long, this is just an even smaller preview of this idea that, you know, I don't have to tell anyone that Boston loves to think about Boston. And so within our 18th century galleries, we're really thinking about Boston and the world. And within, you know, Native American art, it's often important to think about nations, not a nation. And so this Boston's world, we're thinking about how we're touching London in terms of, you know, centers of learning, particularly for artists, and then how Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean were really sites of commerce and industry, and where we continued to make money. And even after the Revolutionary War, we kind of continued to look to London as the colonial center for culture. But then also the fact that there was culture here, there were nations here, there was history here. And there's a few different ways that we're kind of getting into that. But yeah, I'll just leave it there and talk about some more projects later. But the idea of the nation and the promises of the nation are really something that is very front of mind for this expansive project that we're doing, which is not about the Revolutionary War, but really about the 18th century to today, and how we can kind of continue to think about this foundational moment of American history.
Yeah. I think just to pick up on Nana's point about museums failing and what you were saying about museums making mistakes. And again, Horace introduced us to the idea that we come back to your points a lot, but introduced us to the idea that museums are in the process of reckoning, not having reckoned, you know, so it's still an ongoing process. But even as we think, and so this idea of failing maybe forever, making mistakes. Oh, you know, there is space. Like, I think it's quite helpful to think about this in this, both in relation to the past of the kind of origins of the museum, but also what it means for us going forward. But I think what is perhaps, there is something else happening right now, like the pressure is being put on the museum, on museums, on all institutions at the moment, while they are still in a moment of reckoning. Is really hard because it's not, I mean, there has not been a resolution. And so kind of how do you know, fail better, keep trying. And there are also big institutions that, as you were saying, it's expensive and difficult to actually change things. But which is why I was really taken by this idea of bringing people in, not necessarily to then solve your problems for you, but then how does that work? And I'd be curious to hear from both the audience as well as you as well, in terms of like, how does that, where are we going? And how do we collaborate? And so they think, and if you have any thoughts on that, or otherwise I go to the next question.
I mean, I'm still holding on to failing in a way, because you cannot, it's an impossible task to represent everyone and to satisfy everyone. You're always failing someone in a way, and that's a risk that you have to take, right? There's always moments of exclusion. There is very much narratives that, you know, don't look at the convoluted history that these institutions are built on. And it's really, I mean, if we really would take the call that we had multiple times in the history of Black studies serious, like James Baldwin said, oh, this was the quote that I used for performances of No Thickness. It was like, if you really want to change the world, you have to destroy it completely. You know, I mean, I know this is a radical thought, and this is again coming out of the academy. In terms of practice, it means something very different. But in example, when I look at all of these beautiful objects, yes, some of them are charged with a lot of violence. Like, what do gallery educators actually do with them? Because it's about many people go into the museums and don't read the tombstone nor read the wall label, but just look at the object. So it's mediation that is key. So shifting budget, and often, and this is where you can correct me where I don't know, but I often have a feeling that the education departments are not treated very well, and that there is not necessarily the best relationship in terms of communication and development of a rehang or development of a show that should actually start right away with the education department so that they can be involved to mediate what happens in the space, right? So often when I go with my classes, and I'm not going to name any institutions, but when I go with my classes to museums and I actually deliberately book a tour, because I'm always curious, how is it going to be mediated? It's often subpar, I have to say. And I shared yesterday that my first encounter, which brought me onto this path towards art, was with a magnificent gallery educator when I was like, 7 years old, who opened the entire world of art to me. So I think that's where we have to invest in museums, because it's that interface with the people, with children, with people who usually don't go, where that's where money should go, and maybe not acquiring whatever kind of Renaissance piece that is so important for the collection. Come on, I mean, it's like there's so much in the collection already, right? Why acquiring that? Why not giving the money to the education department? The suggestion.
Well, but I think there's, what strikes me is the tension that exists between mediation and looking. We still have buildings like this that were premised on the act of looking, on deep visual immersion in the objects.
Yes.
And that is presumably something that the history of art and art curators are still invested in. And where does that line get drawn? We hear about the efforts to increase slow looking around the place, and deep looking, because people don't have any attention spans anymore. People don't want to read wall labels at the same time. So how you effectively strike a balance between the idea that art museums are about looking and that art museums are also about interpreting what there is to be seen. It's a difficult one to draw. I don't know that there's a satisfactory resolution to that.
But that's what gallery educators do. They make you look. We had a beautiful session here in the Yale Art Gallery where they made us look and draw, which was such a beautiful exercise. So we drew what we were looking at, and then we were talking about it. It was like a 10-minute exercise, but you have to learn how to look. You cannot just say, okay, this beautiful Louis Kahn building is like servicing this. Most people come in, it's like, where's the entrance? How do I get into the galleries?
And
It's not so self-explanatory. That's
a related question about like what museums are about. I mean, and are they about stories? Are they not about stories? And I guess this question of how you tell the stories via the objects, via gallery education and so on. But also, sometimes storytelling happens in collaboration with local communities, but museums also tell stories about themselves, like about their origins. Some true, some not true. So I was kind of curious about this kind of different gradients of storytelling that happen. And I know we don't have a lot of time, but kind of quickly, if you had kind of to speak to some of these examples, but also the importance of stories. And I think, Nana, you've already talked to us about how between the looking and the mediating, which I think is really important.
Well, we have time for, you want to discuss? I think, just to come back to something I've already been saying, is that in museums, in high art museums, the kinds of stories that one can tell are limited by the objects that you have. And so recently, the push to diversify collections and audiences has led to something like the extraordinary hoopla over the purchase of the painting of Mai by Joshua Reynolds in the middle here, an image that does a lot of work for the museum like the National Portrait Gallery, but at a cost of $62 million. It's a little bit of a unicorn among paintings. And when I was looking at this image and looking online, I came across a very common image of this painting online right now is of the Princess of Wales, who's the patron of the NPG, being escorted to see this painting by the then director. And I couldn't help thinking asking, how different is that from Mai himself being taken to be presented to King George III 250 years ago. And it just brings us back to the challenge, I think, of storytelling in museums of high art that revolve around a very rarefied set of objects.
I love our learning and community engagement department, which is what we call our education department, and I actually started in museum education. I think many of us who choose to go into museums, not many of us, I won't speak for everyone, but the engagement with the public is very much why I'm a curator and not a professor. And also just, it's actually much more difficult to write something that anyone can understand than to write an article that only your colleagues can understand. And I really welcome and love those challenges. So these are just a few examples, which I think also spoke to the second question, but my colleague Edward Sewell and I, and then also our wonderful colleague Dwayne Slick, who's a professor at RISD, collaborated on an exhibition of prints by Indigenous North American artists. And we did two. The second one was about ancestors in place. And we actually had a few Massachusetts community members write our response question. So that's what is on the left. And it's really thinking about the place that we're in. And so, that was really predicated on lots of conversations, my own thinking, but also working with our interpretation manager, Jordan Cromwell, about how if we're going to, have an exhibition about place, we have to talk about the place that we're in, even if none of the prints are actually by local artists. And so how can we still do that? And then to the right is a case of baskets, not a basket case. That's rotating in the Native North American Gallery. That's my joke. I have to always get it in. It's now in its second instantiation, its second version, but this actually has Nipmuc, Schaghticoke, and Mohegan baskets to really represent kind of local traditions. And also something that I'm very interested in and kind of thinking about in my spaces of art making as livelihood. And I think I see my colleague Royce in the background. So a term that she taught me, which is intentional objects. So objects that were made by Native communities to be sold, gifted, otherwise used outside of their communities of origin. And these baskets, 19th century baskets in a lot of New England kind of fit that build. Are they something that, some of them are kind of older in the collection, but these are the kinds of objects that curators wouldn't have wanted to collect decades ago because they would be something like tourist art or, something that was more for consumers rather than something that had both aesthetic and really important cultural value. And I think actually that's kind of incorrect because these objects really do have cultural value to the communities they're from.
I know we're kind of edging very close to the end of the panel. I do want to open this up to questions, if that's okay. And if there aren't any questions, we can, of course, keep talking amongst ourselves. But this is a chance for raised hands, if there are any. I know that there is a question right at the back.
Thank you all. I'm Royce. I think for all of you, the question I have on the issue of setting us up to be in a mindset of someone who will not be satisfied. We will not be able to achieve that. I look at a better way of understanding the work we have to do is what is the baseline here and now of standards? At this point in time, we all are aware we won't achieve what lifetimes will take. But what is a baseline of just standard equal representation that you can achieve in your tenure at a place to try and teach that? If you have any thoughts of that, Marina, I'm horrible with names, the other panel speakers, just how can we shift to, let's get a baseline, a foundation that we can all agree on? What should that be?
Well, that's the question of the moment, right?
I feel like since I called Royce out, I should maybe answer this question first, or at least attempt to. You know, it's a really difficult question because I think that this also gets to what Nana was saying, and maybe my kind of more limited reading of it. I never expect everyone to like what I do. I know that that's not the goal. And I really also hate the word authentic, which I could talk about way too long. But what I'll just say is that I want to, in all of the work that I do, it's understanding that the experts on a kind of object, on a community, on a history, are that community. And how can I reach out to them? How can I speak with folks? And I'll just kind of, I'm sad not to talk about this, but this is, you know, examples of work that I've done, but I reorganized a gallery with a colleague, Leila Bermeo, around 2 objects of indigenous garments, and one from one Métis jacket, and then a Northern Arapaho dress. And so part of that research, part of that work is speaking to people who are knowledge holders in those communities. And I think for me, that's like a baseline, is like understanding that as much as I can know and learn and read and research, I cannot be the experts on all things Native American, and recognizing who actually are, and it's, you know, people who are culture bearers. And how can I reach out to them, support them in a way, and, you know, get them to kind of build a relationship, build a dialogue in a way that's respectful and doesn't extract from them. And so I guess that's for me the baseline, is just like understanding that even though I'm at the Museum of Fine Arts Boston and I have colleagues from all over the world who are experts, I want to kind of acknowledge where my limitations are and how I can, you know, draw as much as possible from community knowledge in a way that's reciprocal.
And one last question, does you?
Thank you. This is so interesting. And I want to go back to this question of the tension between looking in the museum, because in some ways, by definition, Andrew, the way that you describe the formation of early museums, looking is not really a part of it, right? It is about categorization. It is about emphasizing the idea of the nation. It is about a message that is very hard to do when you're in a building. And even if only 200 paintings are on display instead of 2,000, you know, those things don't go hand in hand. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about how there's actually truly an incongruity between those things, between what we want now for our public and publics to achieve, what we want from children, what we want from ourselves, what we want from everyone, and the institution of the museum. And then also, you know, as a kind of addendum to that, that so many of these objects were not meant for just looking, right? I mean, even if we think about early religious paintings, but certainly Native American objects, and they were not meant to be behind a glass wall and looked at. So if you could speak about the tension between that, I would love to hear it.
Well, I think a museum like this, for example, is a sort of well-tempered machine for looking. I think the 4th floor galleries are glorious spaces that were premised on the hanging of paintings that sit obediently on flat rectangular walls under optimum lighting conditions at eye level. And I think that has a history of itself, in itself, that goes back about 100 years, I would say. And so, yes, whatever the 18th and 19th century did at the beginning of the 20th century, there was a concerted effort to refashion the museum to make them about looking. And that has its own history and is embedded in a moment, has to do with aesthetics at the time and psychology of vision and lighting and so forth. And that's what it was. And if we want it to be something else, it can be something else, but it must reckon with the spaces that were inherited, and also the definitions, you know, of fine art, for example, and the way in which, when you present an object to an acquisitions committee, how important is quality still in the picture, for example, market price. You know, these things are stress points, I think, in museum culture that have been around a long time and inhibit what can be done.
Well, I always get stuck when there's like fine art mentioned because I thought we don't use that anymore, or at least I don't. Because what is low art then in comparison?
It's a museum of fine arts. It's in the title of so many museums.
Sure, which is problematic in itself. But yes. But in terms of looking, I mean, there's a beautiful publication by Charlotte Klonk. I think it's called Spaces of Experience, that really traces the development of like how the hanging changed, and her case study for that is the Museum of Modern Art, right? But even when we look at the very I mean, these were outings, the spaces for outings. That's where you would go and you roam around. Pop cultural reference, which I make to my students sometimes, watch the Gilded Age. They go to an art exhibition on a date, they hang out there, they're sitting on the benches, right? It's like, it's comfortable. It's something that also was inviting. Now, when you go, it's not accessible for people who may have had a hip replacement because they cannot sit down, etc. So there's like a lot of shifts that may want to happen. And I'm also thinking about the color. I think it's a color in the National Gallery that ended up being a certain kind of green, if I remember correctly, which was also connected to the color theory of the time, which again was highly racialized because it classified certain colors as like not so good for the eye, etc. So, you know, like all of these convoluted histories are also part of the culture of display, which artists have been trying to break all along. I mean, think about the beautiful Duchamp installation that makes it impossible to actually look at any of the paintings where he had all these strings between the paintings, right? In fact, the first Documenta had these flap out sort of steel beams on which the works were installed, or most prominent, I think, is Lina Bobardzi's install at Maaspi, or when you think about it's the depot in Rotterdam. What's the museum in Rotterdam? The Boijmans. The Boijmans has this like silver egg currently, which is their depot, and they whilst they're restoring and renovating the main building. And so they have a Lina Bobardzij sort of hang where you can walk around the back of the paintings, and it's so beautiful. You can, you know, it creates a very different engagement with the object. A painting is not just what is in front. It also allows you to see where did this painting travel to, which exhibition. And so it opens up completely new ways of engaging with these objects. And there's many possibilities, but it is also always a matter of funding, of course. No?
And I guess the question of like, what is it that you're looking for? Because I think, you know, sort of post John Berger and thinking about ways of seeing, but also and I guess the labels of the YCB are now trying to do that. Like, you're looking for things that are not necessary, that you can't necessarily see. And then kind of how those connections are made, again, going back to the mediation with education galleries and so on, but also even those ways of pedagogical looking have complicated histories. So if you're thinking back to colonial India and you have exhibitions where that you're, as a sort of native person, you're meant to go and look at things to learn how things are done, or, you know, that there's a lot of even these kind of histories of looking are complicated. And I guess in some sense, like, staying alive to these histories while we're kind of reckoning with how we look and what we're looking for maybe is helpful.
If I can just chime in quickly. I haven't shown updated images of that Native North American gallery, but what I've been really focusing on is kind of paring back a bit. So allowing visitors to really have individual experiences with belongings rather than having like a wonderful pot in front of a beautiful weaving, because I think that it does a disservice to both objects to have them layered, and it's not something that we really do in other spaces. But we did that in the Native North American Gallery because that's the way that Native North American galleries were hung in other places in 2010. And I think that that really does invite looking and reading and spending more time. And again, I think just getting back to the question of like education and looking and who is teaching is that I think curators and institutions are very much responsible for kind of sharing information that they know about their collections with volunteers, with docents, and really making it so that the information that you have is like shared and accessible. And something that I really try to put into practice. But looking and really having individual experiences with a belonging is something that I think is incredibly important. It's like, again, leaning into the fact that I am at an art museum.
I think that's a good note to end on because I know we're running over time. So thank you so much.
Okay. I hate to break up the animated conversations that are happening, but in the interest of time and the many more exciting conversations to be had, I am delighted now to introduce session 3, moderated by Annie Pulagura, the Margaret and Terry Stent Associate Curator of American Art at the High Museum of Art. Thank you.
Back to me. Thank you. Well, we're really excited, and I'm really excited to be back here at Yale. I am now the Margaret and Terry Stent Associate Curator of American Art at the High. But as of 6 months before that, I was a postdoctoral fellow here at the Yale Center for British Art. Thank you. And where I think actually it was a year ago today, and I'm looking right at Rachel right now, where she and I were sitting in her car and discussing, wouldn't it be great to have a symposium to think about the problem of the nation in art museums? And we were like, yes, that is a good problem. And we came up with, I think, a draft plan that was loosely called Art Museum Nation. And we were like, we'll title it differently later, he'll be fine. But of course, that became the title that we are gathering around today. And I was reflecting about how it's really kind of wonderful that we've left these really kind of big categorical words as entry points into our conversations. They hold so much meaning. That meaning changes over time. It's the reason I think that we're here today to discuss, to interrogate, to kind of unpack. And what I would love for us to kind of keep and hold as we kind of have our final conversation is something that Tiffany Lefebvre King writes about in The Black Shoals, which is a fantastic book that is thinking about Indigenous and Black kinship in the United States, where she uses the metaphor of the shoal, which is the waterbeds at the coastlines, where you have slate, you have sand, you have land and water and air mixing and moving in a way that movement as usual cannot proceed. And I'd love for us to use that as a metaphor to think about how Art Museum Nation as a way to think about the museum as usual cannot proceed with the way that we are interrogating its structures and its histories today. The session today that we are kind of concluding is thinking about new futures and what is the future of the nation in the art museum. A really big question that I'm sure we'll all resolve by the end of the 45 minutes. But at least maybe begin to start to unpack for us and build upon the really fantastic conversations that we've had the pleasure of hearing this day. We are going to hopefully make this as casual and conversational as we can to round us out this afternoon. And I'm going to have each of my illustrious speakers introduce themselves by way of introduction into this kind of final panel. But to tee us up, I do have specific things that I'd love for each of you to maybe focus on in your introductions. So I might start with you, Stephanie, who is our Andrew W. Mallon Curator of American Art at the Brooklyn Museum, which, as many of you might know, underwent a major reinstallation of the American Galleries, a very long time project that I really see as this beautiful symphony of really disparate and diverse ideas, moments and notes really coming together in really expansive and radical ways. So now I think a year and after the installation, or a few months now, if you would mind, Stephanie, by way of introduction, reflecting on that path, that journey, and looking back a little bit on what lessons were learned and where you might want to go next in thinking about American art at the Brooklyn.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all so much for being here. I know we're the last panel at the end of a really enriching day and super stimulating. And thank you to our previous panels for the conversation. I think it's actually really apt to pick up after the last conversation, because I actually think I love the conversation. I love talking about failures and the failures of the museum in particular. And I think also the reason why I find this really productive in a place, an interesting starting point when thinking about my work at the Brooklyn Museum, is because I think I'm really interested in new frameworks. And I think in thinking about the nation, I think, and I've talked about it with our panel members, I do think the nation is a kind of trap. I think it's a kind of impossibility. And I think it's a framework in and of itself that we don't often acknowledge. We kind of accept the nation as a given, as kind of an objective starting point, instead of maybe acknowledging the ways that this framework structures what I think a lot of my colleagues have been sharing, like the opportunities and limitations of what we can do as institutions. And so, thinking about the future and stewarding in a really important American art collection in Brooklyn, I think it's helpful to think about, well, first, maybe I should back up. I think it's helpful to identify maybe what I'm understanding a framework to be. And so when I think of the nation as a framework, I think of frameworks as a way to organize ideas and actions, a set of ideas and a set of actions. So a framework like the nation, around the idea of place of origin, citizenship, the idea of, kind of like a site-specific or an emergent culture or set of cultures. And then when you think of the actions that make something like that possible, or an idea like supremacy, right? White supremacy, when I'm thinking about an American art context. And then I think about the set of actions that enable, right, or that produce mobilize those ideas, thinking about things like mass displacement, genocide, thinking about things like even kind of independence struggles, as a set of war, conflict as those actions. And so when I think of a museum as we inherit, this particular framework of the nation as an organizing structure for our collections, are there other possibilities? And so what I've been working on at the Brooklyn Museum, I wish it was as long as you had suggested, and I wish I had like 2 or 3 more years, but I started in December 2021. And I was invited into a department that had recently, for various reasons, my colleagues had moved on to other opportunities. And so the first task was just building the department and thinking about what our audiences were really demanding of this moment. So December 2021, as you can imagine, was kind of at the tail end of like the most kind of the dramatic our feelings of the pandemic, and of the cultural uprisings that we were experiencing in that moment. And so coming in and having just under 2 years to essentially learn and assess the collection, identify what our communities were really interested in, and identifying different ways of doing that work. And so what I'll say here is what we ended up undertaking was a series of experiments. And those frameworks, we decided to reinstall the collection in 8 frameworks, and really inspired by or driven by the question, how might American art be experienced in this moment? Recognizing that every museum, thinking about every museum in a different moment, how it's existing to serve its constituents, and thinking about this moment, what could we do with this incredible collection that would bring people in and to cultivate senses of belonging, which really felt important. And as I identify as a Black feminist curator with a practice that comes out of an interdisciplinary perspective, and thinking about, what are the ways that we could expand ideas, notions of representation beyond like this typical art like bodies, products, objects, like thinking about ideas, then that's where the framework comes in, worldviews, epistemologies, kind of framing our experience with these historic works. How do we, in a sense, create bridges between our contemporary audiences, their concerns and curiosities, and a historic art collection? And I'll just end by saying that, American art is kind of demarcated at various institutions differently. At the Brooklyn Museum, it's pre-1960s. So it's, the earliest the earliest works in the collection through to the 1960s. And what I'll say is also unique about the Brooklyn Museum is the American art collection was actually our founding collection. And we were founded with this idea of art, art for a community, art for improvement. Like this idea of art for a people was very much baked into our history and our founding. And so I feel like inheriting a legacy like that and collecting in that moment almost 200 years ago, was kind of a radical notion to invest in American art in the same ways when other institutions were really looking to European painting styles and artists to build their collections and understanding of what high art or value, meant for an institution. So I will say that I had a running start, with these ideas that American art was important, and that living artists, particularly in Brooklyn and New York, were kind of at the center of how our collection was formed.
Well, thank you. There's a couple of things that you've mentioned, Stephanie, that we will be coming back to. So hold on to some of those ideas. But I did want to, one of the things that made me think about in terms of your approach to, joining on this role, beginning this reinstallation, hitting the ground running, as you say, and the different kind of curatorial strategies and interpretations that you brought into the reinstallation. We have many different ways that we think about curatorial practice and curatorial ways of doing work. That is significant and always experimental, as you were mentioning. And Lindsay, there's the exhibition that I associate with you most recently as, of course, the fantastic Women in Revolt exhibition at Tate Britain. And you and I had discussed a while back about just the experimental kind of almost subversive strategies you had to take to really tell a history that wasn't really being accounted for in the institutions, much less the canons of art histories that you were really engaging with. So by way of introduction, I wonder if you could share a little bit about what other curatorial strategies are available to kind of really account for or interrogate the structures and histories that we inherent in our institutions.
Yeah, thank you. And again, thank you, everyone. This is a great privilege to be over here at Yale. And it's a complicated question, and I think it's quite telling that I don't work at the institution anymore. So I worked for Tate for 9 years, and I was one of the curators of British contemporary art. I ran the Turner Prize for 6 years. I made exhibitions, did acquisitions, worked on displays, and got the, as we all know in this room, very rare opportunity to pitch for something that was mine, really my baby. So thinking about what Horace said earlier, I really wanted to tell the truth. That's kind of my interest in curatorial practice. And I wanted to tell the story of British art from a feminist socialist perspective. And that's something that had never been done before. I'll talk you through it quickly, and then I'll go back to some of those strategies. But for those who didn't see it, it's still on in Manchester if you're going to England. But so Women in Revolt, it was the largest show that Tate Britain had ever made. It had 350 artworks and about 350 archive items. About 15 artworks came from the collection, and no archive came from the collection. So I was working with a collection that had failed, right, in my eyes, to start. And I'll just leave some of these images up, but we told the story or a story of British intersectional, trans-inclusive, socialist, feminist art practice from 1970 to 1990. So thinking about the beginning of the women's liberation movement in the UK through to the appointment of Margaret Thatcher through to Margaret Thatcher leaving her post in 1990 and the kind of tumultuous things that happened in the middle. There were over 120 artists and collectives in the shows. It was super important to me that it was about constellations and not stars. And I can get back to that later, but I really wanted to look at groups and networks rather than this, single authoritative voice. And for me, it was really important that there was an equal focus on art and socio-political context. So I really gave those things the same hierarchy, which you see through archive items and through the kind of some of the storytelling. And then it's toured to the Scottish National Gallery of Modern Art, where I used to work, and to the Whitworth in Manchester. And in terms of strategies, I was noting down some earlier. I was kind of swatting up because everyone was so well prepared. I was like, okay, I'll write my strategies. And they are things I have spoken about before, but I think a really key part of the strategy was a desire to undermine the presumed authority of the museum. I found it irritating that I was in this position of extreme privilege, you know, this kind of curator of British art. I'm there to tell people what British art is. You know, I went to 2 red brick universities, and the only British art I knew was white cis men's British art, because that's the only British art you're taught at universities. You're not taught about a more, or I certainly wasn't taught a more expansive British art history. So I really wanted to take the time to uncover what that might look like. And also we did that through interpretation and through asking people for help. So collaborating really extensively. And you know, many people have mentioned this today, but that importance of not assuming that you hold the knowledge. So I had paid advisors. We paid Griselda Pollock, Althea Greenan of the Women's Library, Marlene Smith, an artist, and a number of other people to come and advise us, as well as working with artists. Another strategy was around trust building, because why would you want to be in the Tate if we've ignored you for your entire career? I think that's a really big question, and one the museum found quite surprising. I think there was an assumption that everyone would want to be there, and of course, that's not the case. And so it was the duration of the project was about 6 years, start to finish. And I made sure that I visited as many women as I could and talked to them for as long as I could, and really kind of leaned into those relationships. Another strategy was really pushing the boundaries of standards and taste, something I love to do, and acknowledging, again, as we mentioned earlier, that marginalized groups rarely have the work. You know, that work has often been destroyed because it couldn't be stored. No one cared at the time. It was, you know, and it has deteriorated or isn't there. So we really had to think about the importance basically about using repro prints, not vintage prints, which doesn't bother me at all, but has been quite a controversial thing in museums. And also, I think really controversially, we remade a couple of works, really iconic works by Black feminists that had been lost. And they were remade. And I'm really proud of that, because I don't think it would have happened 10, 20 years ago, but it was something that was really celebrated. And one of the key works, work about a woman called Cherry Gross by the artist Marlene Smith, has since entered Tate's collection. So that's really exciting. Very quickly, interpretation was a strategy. I worked very closely with my kind of colleague in interpretation to really talk about the complicity of the institution in obscuring these histories and making sure that audiences knew that we were part of the problem and that they hadn't seen this work before. I really tried to break down what I kind of thought about as the patriarchal authority of the show in terms of access. So I didn't just want it to be, I am a curator, here's some artwork, here's an exhibition. I really wanted to explode it all. So we made the exhibition, we made a huge catalogue, we made a punk record with Rough Trade Records, we made a 6-part podcast where the artists speak in their own voice about the show. We had a massive film program and a number of events as well. And I saw all of those as equally important to the exhibition in terms of how people access that work. I had one more, the personal. This was a really key thing. So a strategy sounds cold, but it was an important element. So one of the reasons I made the exhibition was as a present to my mum, who died in 2020. She had been, she was a nurse. She was amazing. She was a single mum. She kind of summed up all of the kind of politics and things that I'm interested in. And I imagined her, she knew it was happening, and she was the kind of key focus of it. I told all the artists that, and it ended up being in the interpretation and in the catalogue, which was something that was scary because it's the worst thing that's ever happened to me. But also has been so interesting because I think it's why the show has resonated with a lot of people, because people know that I made it out of love for these women and their work, and they recognize their stories, and that forms a network and carries it on. Sorry, I spoke for a long time there.
No, thank you so much, Lindsay. And I would love to come back to some of those ideas. But what I really am building on that, on what both of you have shared, is how central audience and community, certainly was in terms of your approaches to both of these really major projects. And Mark, your audience here at the Yale University Art Gallery is certainly different, but maybe tied a little more closely to this idea of teaching the canon and teaching what is American art and how are the structures and ideas and artists who are part of the story taught into the classroom. Being at a university museum can be very enriching and very radical, I think in many ways, to be questioning. But I think it's also important to acknowledge how often university museums and the survey course or other kinds of spaces can reify certain ideas of the canon as well. So I'd love for you to share a little bit about and reflecting on your great tenure here as the American Art Curator at UAG about how you've contended with the canon and its teaching in the American galleries and what future direction you hope to bring that collection.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I feel very fortunate to be at the Yale University Art Gallery. It is a remarkable place. This is a remarkable university where, frankly, the stories of American art have been written to a great extent. Many of our alumni have gone on to become curators, professors. The sort of story of American art is significantly rooted in these collections. This is where many of our colleagues got their starts and where they learned about the sort of, well, things that really interested them and things that they personally connected with. And for me, I think that that's the root of what I think we're all talking about, which is the degree of personal connection that we feel with art. And the thing that connects us and that makes these institutions successful when they're not failing drastically is the opportunity for us to feel connected with each other and as humans. I do not respond in any meaningful way to the idea of a canon or a sort of hierarchy, or even to the concept of the art of the United States. Those are not meaningful terms for me in terms of my own work and conception of my work in a museum. My work in the museum is rooted in connection with artworks and that sense of how vibrant they feel. And that sense of urgency, the sense of resonance at various chapters of my life. I too identify with Black feminism. It's been incredibly meaningful to me in my development of the work that I do, as well as the connections that I feel to many of you here in the room who I've had the good fortune to work with. Being in a university setting for me has been transformational. I came here very hesitantly 10 years ago. I did not ever want to work in a university setting. I do not identify with universities. I'm uncomfortable here. I went to state school, it's not a mindset that I identify with. I was told when I interviewed here that someone from state school would not be admitted to Yale. And so, there is a sense of alienation that I continue to feel that I'm perfectly comfortable with at this point, that I feel like I am someone from somewhere else who is trying to connect and bring to life human connections. And the humanistic work that I try to do is about seeing all of you, connecting with you, talking with you, getting to know you, learning about your hopes and dreams, and finding ways to help you achieve them. And, it is really a tremendous privilege, to use your word, to come in here and I would say that is really the opportunity for me, is to embrace the responsibility of the future, which is our topic, to say that the future is not me. The future is you, and especially our students, especially our colleagues who are beginning in the field, maybe in their first curator gig and thinking about reinstalling collections, you know, in new ways and thinking about ways to revitalize them. I had that opportunity when I came 2 years after I started. And, you know, I remember it well. And it's this amazing moment of personal journey to have to kind of put your foot down. And this is what it is to be a curator. The analogy I always make is to being a builder. You cannot hide. You cannot be shy. You are responsible. You are, in many ways, you know, burdened with that responsibility, and you have to be able to handle frustrations, Nana's frustrations, which I absolutely understand. The failures, you have to own your failures. You can't escape, you can't hide. And there is a sense of vulnerability, but that's deeply human. And I think that being able to support my colleagues who are here, our students who have been, I've had the good fortune to get to know over their journeys with us, it's why I'm here. And it's the future. It's how I conceive the work that I do, helping them to connect with works of art that are meaningful for them. So for me, I'm in some ways eager to connect and to find new ways. And I love going to see Stephanie's installation. I love going to see, I hang out with Katie Gentleson at the High. You know, I love seeing what other colleagues are doing in their new presentations. I can't wait to see what you do in your new presentation. I want to see your checklist. And so, you know, I feel like there is so much opportunity here. And the other thing I really want to highlight is that we are not representative at all. None of us. The institutions that have been on these panels, the people who are speaking, are not typical of museum workers in this country and probably beyond, with whom I'm less familiar. But most museums in America have like staffs of 2 or 3 people. You know, people work with almost no resources. They are trying to keep the lights on. They are sharing the passion and the knowledge and the sort of sincere love that they are trying to kind of communicate and present through those institutions. They do it with tremendous dedication, almost no resources. I mean, I'm one of the few curators I know who was around at the end of a museum, and what that looks like and what it feels like and the grief of a museum closing. And, you know, I think that it's a very remarkable thing, and y'all don't talk about it. And, you know, it is very challenging, and it is a reality that is going to continue to grow in the years ahead. We're going to see more closures, and it's going to be painful. And so, you know, when you're in the field and when you're in the community of practice and you get to know other colleagues and you admire and appreciate the work that they're doing, and then you see them meet that moment, it is incredibly painful. And so I feel very fortunate to be in this incredible community of practice. The community around this area, the community in New England, but certainly in Connecticut, is incredible, incredibly gifted, hardworking people. And I just feel very fortunate to be in this role and to support so many people. And you know, we are redirecting our work significantly within the American collections here, and we're trying to embrace American in its hemispheric sense, and moving into that space. And we are very fortunate to have Royce Young-Wolf having joined us as a colleague. She is our inaugural curator of Native American art here at the Yale Art Gallery. You know, we have so much to continue to explore, and it's so human. And I feel like failure is human, and to exclude failure or to sort of fear it is to not recognize this work for what it is, which is hopefully scandalous at times, you know, a little bit uncomfortable at times, and discoveries, things that we haven't looked at before that we really care about and want to bring forward. To me, there's a great opportunity. And I always say, I don't defend borders and I don't defend terms. Like words mean nothing. Like this is, what is, a genre, what is a period, what is an ism? Like it's just, it's meaningless. The artwork is what matters. And to me, that's a very special opportunity and a trust to connect with that artwork and that artist and try to honor what they were contributing, not to sort of bring them out for, an illustration or something, but to sort of recognize them and hopefully offer them an opportunity to share their vision. Thank you.
Well, maybe just to keep pulling on this thread that you kind of introduced, Mark, which is what I'm hearing a lot from your reflection, which thank you so much for sharing, is the sense of unlearning that really is at the core of, I think, the way that we approach all of our collections or maybe all of our practices. Unlearning not only maybe what we might have assumed or what we've been taught, in our own ways of encountering art histories, and museums and their collections and their own institutional histories, but also unlearning, I think, the maybe expectations we might have had when we first maybe began certain posts that we've taken up, and learning to navigate new directions and new kinds of demands that maybe we want to place onto our institutions in different ways. That sense of that new idea that you bring on at the beginning and hopefully want to continue on. So I'm wondering if you could share, maybe have all three of you kind of reflect on this idea of what does it mean to inherit such deep institutional histories, deep institutional ideologies, mythologies, I think is something that we haven't really discussed today, but certainly myth is at the center of everything we're describing in terms of the nation and art building, and in response to whatever the nation might mean. So I wonder if each of you could speak a little bit about that spirit of unlearning and curiosity and how you approach that in your practice and what you learned from inheriting the collections you did.
Yeah, unlearning is something that it's part, I think, of the curatorial practice for me, but I also think importantly, demystifying the work that we do with collections, I think is also equally important, so that as we're unlearning, these ways that we've been kind of like, that violence, that these histories kind of are inculcate in these collections formation in our training, right? How we train graduate students, how we, I have a similar experience too, where it's like, where are all these artists, and there's this moment of realization that, hopefully is getting worked out in the academy, now, but I think at museums, I think we're a little bit behind. So demystifying how collections come to be for audiences, I think is really important. I was somebody who did a lot of I'm an American studies Americanist, and I did a lot of my work within American art collections and American art museums that I was very, of course, critical of, but had like absolutely no clue how they worked, how they function. And so part of my work within the reinstallation is demystifying the work of a curator within a collection, and also the challenges, right? The challenges, the frustrations, the disappointments, but then also thinking about the ways we show our work and how does that show up in the walls. So thinking a lot about interpretation, the low-hanging fruit. We think about when I say similarly to Horace, American art, we are thinking hemispherically about the collections, and that's not just my own collection, which is U.S. based work pre-1960s, but I'm collaborating with 8 other curators across departments of like decorative arts, arts of the Americas, indigenous art, and more distantly my colleagues in photography, my colleagues in modern and contemporary art, my colleagues even in European art. And so I think it's really important to grasp those opportunities to share with the audiences. It's not a given, right? The collaboration, the demarcations, right? The fact that we have this historic American wing that has historically been the presentation of paintings and sculptures, but now we have this hemispheric look, I think is one way that we're unlearning, but trying to push new bounds. And of course it's done, before in the Brooklyn Museum is certainly no stranger to kind of integrative hangs of like decorative arts and paintings and sculptures. But how do we create sustainable models for showing, for example, photography, for showing prints and drawings, for showing works like indigenous objects and belongings, like alongside ways that don't reproduce the very hierarchies that we're trying to critique and like make apparent. And so part of the work of the framework model is not just dismantling, and the reason why I really fought against having a title to the installation, but I lost that battle, and we went with Toward Joy, because the idea of, I'm really into phenomenology, I'm really into embodied experiences within American art spaces, but like, what do we turn to when we turn away from white supremacy? Right? And for me, I'm really inspired by Black American traditions, cultural traditions, of like producing something out of nothing, like this idea of, Alice Walker's really beautiful ode to Black feminist space making and In Search of Our Mother's Garden. She's talking about her mother as an artist through her practice of gardening, like cultivating beauty right out of the land, out of nothing. These tract homes, or these spaces that they could barely afford, but she would always create a garden. And similarly, Japanese American artist Hisako Hibi, who was wrongfully incarcerated at Topaz, cultivating out of the desert soil of Utah, this really beautiful garden, which she then later shows up in her still lifes. So thinking about the ways that these strategically marginalized women in particular have always created beauty out of nothing was really inspiring to me. And to think about how we could turn toward joy in a moment where I think museums kind of fell into the trap of like, yeah, we're really kind of like racist, and the collection's racist and exclusive, and like we're really like, we're gonna write about, which I think it's important work, like to make apparent these histories, but I think it was like, well, who does that serve? Because one thing I do have a huge privilege of working with at the Brooklyn Museum is one of the most diverse audiences in the world. And I think they were very communicative. I showed up and I literally was handed focus group reports and audience surveys and work that my predecessors had done with funding that they want, or sought out and earned, to kind of create a sense of like, well, who is our community and how are they experiencing these spaces? And it was really a split, it was like from the range of like, this is triggering to this is boring, and it was like, I don't want it to be any of those things, and the American art galleries, for those of you who are unfamiliar, they're the pass-through galleries, quite literally, to our special exhibition spaces, like our major blockbuster shows. You have to walk through the American art galleries to get to them. And I would literally show up and I would spend every day, I would spend several hours in the galleries just wandering around without my name, without my badge. And people would literally just, it was like a hallway. Nobody would look at the work. And, as a curator, you die inside a little bit every time. And so I was like, how do I, one, keep people in these spaces, create embodied experiences of like joy and wonder? Like, what does it mean to like spark somebody's curiosity and things? And I don't think, I also talk a lot about my mother in the introduction essay, because my mother is she is a very intelligent woman, many degrees, very smart businesswoman. And I would take her along with me in grad school to art museums, research trips. And it would annoy the heck out of me how just underwhelmed she was. Like, she was literally looking at like arguably national treasures. And she was just like, meh, like, I don't get it. It's like, and I refuse to believe that experience had anything to do like with the Hudson River School paintings that she was looking, like the romantic paintings and the neoclassical marbles. Like, she wasn't, it wasn't those things that like kind of turned her off to American art. It was literally the structure of the experience, everything about the ways that the space was organized, designed, even, when we get down to it, who the work was for and by, was all communicating it very loud and clear that this was not made for her. She wasn't made to get it. But and that's what I'm trying to break down. And so when thinking about how to show our work, how to unlearn those experiences, it's honestly like, how do we produce joy? And people, as you said, we've like for 150 years have literally been like, you are not our target audience. So it's like all of a sudden, just because we want them here, like, it's like, so I'm going to end with a comment that I've also been really inspired by Bell Hooks' An Aesthetic of Blackness, where she talks about her grandmother's home. And so when you see the reinstallation, a lot of people, I really just wanted people to like their jaw to drop. I really wanted to start at the level of curiosity and wonder. I wanted you know, people to be as inspired as I am by a Bierstadt painting, by, you know, just walking into the galleries. And so there is this inspiration, this aesthetic of fullness that we really prioritize within every framework. But I think also one of the ways that we're trying to unlearn is how do we bring together works across these disparate collections, as I said, without reproducing the hierarchies. And a lot of this is creating structures for looking that are multifaceted, dynamic, and generous, you know. And so I'll stop there because I feel I can sense I'm starting to ramble. But I did want to share some of these spaces because, you know, this idea of joy, this idea of embodied experience, this idea of like the goal of trying to capture folks and keep them in this space. This is literally the gallery. The framework is to give flowers, but this is the gallery right outside of our special exhibitions galleries. So, you know, literally you have a choice to make. It's not like you're just going to the special exhibition. You have a choice. You have to leave this space. And I'm telling you, it's not very easy. You know, this gallery is packed. You know, people, I really think you know, there's a sense of curiosity. I think there's a sense of wonder. And the wallpaper is Lois Mailou Jones. I also wanted to, like, what does it mean to breathe black air in an American art gallery? This is purely selfish. I just wanted to feel like, what would it be to be surrounded by the creative practice of a Black woman working in the early 20th century. She's a painter, classically trained artist who traveled, you know, all over Europe, but she, like many Black American women artists, were also working in design. You know, this was a design for Cretonne. It's actually in this the Smithsonian's collection. They allowed us to borrow it and reproduce it at scale to fill this space. So also thinking about, like, we've got to become more creative. Like when we're on the way to parity or on the way to equity within our collections, we've got to get a lot more creative about how we, you know, how we think about representation. So in addition to this framework being a Black American adage coming out of post-Reconstruction, like to give somebody their flowers, like the very framing device, like my mother walked in this gallery and the logic, she might not know a single artist on the wall, but the logics, like it's her worldview that's represented, like that I felt was worth exploring. And so, you know, there are a few other spaces. This is a more formal provocation. How might American art be experienced in this moment? This is really like, you know, thinking about achromaticity, also inspired by two historic Black American curatorial projects, but another window onto the collection. And then another kind of phenomenological exercise, several seats, and this is where we're really thinking about drag as a form of cultural criticism and, you know, thinking about curatorial practice as a way to really get people to look at portraits that they were largely just like ignoring and they didn't, you know, in their defense, you know, this gallery was often, not this gallery, but these portraits, which like all American art collections, like were really strong in like early American portraiture. The biggest critique was that it was like a sea of white faces and people didn't understand why they were looking at these people and why we were looking up to them in so many ways. And so anyway, just like previewing some of those things that I shared, the kind of like unlearning, but also like what do you put in its place when you deconstruct or where you get to build, right? You get to imagine new possibilities. And so I think each gallery kind of offers a different set of possibilities.
How about you? Either of you have any more thoughts on unlearning?
I think for me, unlearning has been the whole process of my curatorial work. And so I left Tate after Women in Revolt and I've started a PhD, which is looking at class, access to museums and feminist practice in the UK, because I think the culmination of me making that show was so much about how uncomfortable I always felt in the museum as a working class person and how it felt like my voice, my histories, my actual just presence in the gallery didn't fit with what I thought it should, or that's how I interpreted it, certainly at the beginning. And I think, so unlearning not just my art historical knowledge, but it's almost like relearning your worth and relearning the value of your mother's stories, of your origin stories, of the way that we look at the whole structure. And I got to the point where I felt I could only do that outside of it for various reasons. But I'm really interested in that idea of destruction as well, and kind of unlearning to the point of just, what happens if you completely exploded. So the women I'm looking at in my PhD were in Women in Revolt, and they made exhibitions that were laminated. So they would work collaboratively, and they would make exhibitions of photographs and text. They would laminate them, and then they would send them in boxes around the UK to be put up in community centres and sports halls and all these places. And the content was usually always kind of feminist activist content, very beautiful. But yeah, that is what got me so excited, this idea of unlearning the very notion of the museum and just saying, do you know what, I can do this myself. I just need a laminator and a box.
I guess I don't respond to the word unlearning as a concept necessarily. It doesn't resonate with me as an idea because I feel like I'm still learning. I'm still sort of trying to expand the sort of richness of my journey and the world that I live in, the community that I live in, the many people I meet, the artworks I have the privilege to look at. And I feel like I'm continuing to have a very rich experience, and each new artwork, each new person helps me to see differently and to change my understanding. And I mentioned all of your work, and all of your work is instrumental to that. I feel very fortunate to get to benefit from knowing you all and from looking at your work and looking at the ideas that you share and thinking about what's ahead. I feel very fortunate. And so learning to me is more the word that I would use. I feel like learning is not something that has to be transformed necessarily. I know it's freighted, but I still feel like the sense of knowing and acquaintanceship I still feel like I'm early. I know I'm supposed to be the old person here, but I feel like I'm still, I still feel young. And so I think that sense of enacting my own sense of joy, to hear Stephanie's great word, is that sense of connection that I feel with the artwork, and trying to invite others to have that sense of connection as well. And I feel like one of the spaces that Stephanie created really has been quite special to me. It's the one with the Alma Thomas and the
Oh, yeah, a quiet place.
a quiet place. I feel like and this has come up several times. I think Anna cited the sort of museum fatigue effect. And, I think we're in the screen fatigue effect. We're in the news fatigue effect. We're in the constant... Just fatigue. Tired. Tired is like the word of our time, probably. And so I feel like the sense of renewal and rest, and I watched people in your gallery, and I enjoyed hearing the conversations that unfolded around the art, but also around other things that just came to them in the context of the art. And it was a very special space and a gift. And I feel like if I could give a gift to each visitor to the galleries, it would be that. It would be an opportunity to be
like respite.
To find peace and to find renewal and newness and just something else. And I feel like I am tired. And so I don't really want to perpetuate that or exhaust a visitor. I want them to feel the same sense that I hope for in the experience of works of art, which is a sense of connection and hope and inspiration and something other than the kind of struggle that we all face constantly. And so I really admired that about Stephanie's installation, and it was a very special, lasting gift that I appreciate.
Well, continuing on this, this topic that I think has come up a few times already today is this question of failure, is this question of finding a mistake and unlearning it or addressing it or trying to remedy it. within these really difficult structures and sometimes really violent institutions that we're all working under and working within. One of the things that I also really appreciated about the Brooklyn reinstallation, Stephanie, is this idea of showing your work, of working in public, which makes me think about failing in public and making mistakes in public. And maybe this is something it addresses something that you had shared also, Mark, about how very public the work of a curator is. And we become the faces of our institutions and of our collections and all the histories of really difficult individuals and wealth and the nexus of capital and property that is the foundation of so many of our art museums and national and heritage collections. So I wonder if we could share maybe a little candidly about this this work of being vulnerable, of making a mistake in public through an installation or an exhibition or interpretation method, and working through that. And what does that mean, and how does it help us, I think, contend with this category of the nation, this kind of specter, this ghost that is haunting us all, and particularly through our institutions.
It's something that you said, which was about kind of the distributed or the democratization of the role of interpreter or curator or expert. Like, I kind of refuse to take on the pressure of the entire history of American art. Like, I refuse it. But how we end up like kind of diffusing or thinking about, I think polyvocality is a practice that I work through quite a bit. And so inviting other ways to approach or know or kind of peel back layers of the collection. So we also thought it was really important to have a catalog. We also felt it was really important to have an audio guide, a really dynamic audio guide. We felt it was really important to have thought partner contributions. So whether that was from conservators, whether it was from the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens, whether it was from local drag queens, whether it was from artists, whether it was from indigenous community members, in association with those creative practices from the collection, there's this overwhelm. Well, I hope that there's this way that you walk into a gallery and it becomes very apparent that the curatorial voice is just among many, right? And none of them are prioritized. And in fact, if we are able to elevate our community voices, we do, and we highlight those as distinct, but they're just as important. And it's not like you get, one and one. It's like that's the interpretation that you get, or we're showing that it's just as rich and important to have all of these different perspectives, and we think of them as equally valid. So I think that that's one way that. Yeah, I kind of refuse to take on like the weight of like knowing all the things, but that also we in-bake. So part of what this allowed us to do was to create the structure in which we wanted to do our work. The installation itself is not the finished product. Like, we didn't see it as a finished product, but like as the house that we wanted to start living in and doing our work. And one of the galleries that we're actually quite literally showing our work is we created a lab. We created what we call the American Art Study. And that's where we're really gesturing toward, I didn't put a slide in here, but we're really gesturing towards the scholarly realm too, like the folks who actually hold the knowledge, or people who have been doing this work, right? In Indigenous studies, Black studies, feminist studies, eco-critical art histories, all of these, the museum had this cute moment a couple years ago where we wanted to like decolonize everything. And I say cute because it's like, this has been happening for decades, this discourse, decolonization, thinking about the imperial project, thinking about colonialism, these are nothing new. It's like, oh, now we want to talk about them in terms of how collection formation happens. Like, let's say that, And so putting the scholarship next to the collection itself opens us up to think creatively and experimentally about representation too, right? Those are voices in the field. And even if those communities are not currently represented on our walls, we can still bring them into the conversation and dedicate space to their ideas, which I think is like really, and also an important way to, to just do the work in public and like to show our audiences constantly that people do work, and these are the people. These are your, I don't know, these are your experts.
I think, yeah, it's really interesting. we start the podcast with this anecdote from an artist called Margaret Harrison. And she was one of the first people I went to see to talk about the show. And she said, it's basically impossible to make this show, but that's no reason not to try. And one of the reasons she thought it was impossible was because so much knowledge was distributed, because so many people had fallen out with each other and, you know, all of these kind of tensions. And it was a really terrifying thing making this show because mostly because I have so much respect for the artists and academics involved. And I think what was super important to avoid failure, I'm going to talk about avoiding failure, was acknowledging that this, I didn't want it to be extractive, in other words, someone used recently, and I didn't want it to be about discovering, because there's no discovery. The work was always there. It's just no one was looking at it from our institution. And I wanted to acknowledge all the way through the people who had been custodians of the work. So it was important early on to talk to Glasgow Women's Library, the Women's Art Library, the Peace Museum, all of these small, as you say, these tiny places that have held on to these histories and kept the archives, but also to look at people like Amy Tobin, Catherine Grant, Belone Tajuddin, you know, young academics in the UK who have been doing this work relentlessly, religiously for years, but have been working in perhaps less prominent spaces than Tate. So that was, I was very aware of that the whole way through, that I had this platform that I wanted to bring other people into so that we could celebrate it together. Yeah.
Any more thoughts, Mark?
I think I've gone on long enough.
All right. Maybe we'll open for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Oh, there's one down here.
Hi, thank you so much. That was a wonderful panel. So I will try to contain all my thoughts in this, but you guys talked a lot about unlearning, which goes against the conventions sort of the mythology of the museum, which I know, Ani, you sort of touched on. And when thinking about the myth, it is sort of this rooted narrative that we sort of accept and we sort of take at face value, but something that we perhaps don't know the origin of, or also maybe we don't want to know the origin of. So I feel like there's this loss of agency when it comes to talking about the mythology of a museum. And I guess pertinent to this panel, how do you sort of think about this in terms of excavating the history of the museum, sort of getting to the root of this mythology, while also thinking about how to recast, or like, dare I say, remyth the museum?
I would just initially say, you know, that I don't view that as necessarily an obligation of the curator. I don't try to get to the root. I try to create a space. And I try not to worry too much about the kind of, what would that be? The sort of metacognitive sort of reflection about the history of the creation that Andrew McClellan does that for us. You know, the sense for me is really, I mean, I try to visualize people like Hale Woodruff walking into the High, and, you know, what that moment felt like for him, how he remembered it, and how transformative it was for him, and then later for his students that he brought there, and how the institution was able to contribute to an art culture in Atlanta. And I think over-prescribing, like what someone's going to find, what their entry narrative is, what their baggage is, what their struggles are, like it can kind of tie you up in knots. And the emphasis for me is really on trying to enable the artworks to be available for whoever it is that's ready to be with them, and not to prevent that or prescribe it or define it, but to invite and to create the opportunity. And I guess I feel like that's kind of the way that I think of it. It's almost an invitation rather than, I don't think about storytelling or narrative or, you know, all of those things. It's just, it's trying to get out of the way and create space for well, here, especially students and professors, to come in and tell their stories and do the courses and the themes and the topics that they need to bring to that experience. And so to kind of not overlay something so prescriptive that there's no room for somebody to come in and then do what they need to do in that space, coming from so many different parts of the curriculum. And it's one of the things that being at Yale is kind of breathtaking, is the range of classes and engagements that we see with our collections from every corner of the university. Our engagement here is like, it's unbelievable, and I'm thrilled. At the same time, I actually see it as a kind of something that I need to be aware of so that I don't write out whatever it is that they are coming for and create that sort of an obstruction, an impediment to their learning and their sharing of conversation in their groups. And I feel like there are so many ways in which I've seen this collection utilized, both with our college students as well as our younger visitors. I think about young Nana coming into the museum with her brilliant educator and, you know, trying to kind of create that space. Our brilliant educators include the incredible Horace Ballard, who was one of our Wordle Teaching Fellows and has now gone on to, as we all have heard today, such brilliant achievement. And I feel like that sense of it's their job, it's the educator's job to come in and have that conversation and that connection with another person and a work of art. It's not my job to kind of get in the way of it. That would just be sort of an initial instinctive response.
Thank you so much for your contributions. I have noticed in the slides that we looked at the importance of exhibition design, and it kind of Christina's question at the very end still echoes with me, like, what is it about the looking, etc. And kept thinking, well, you know, afterwards, like, wait, this is like European oculocentrism that just manifested in these cultures of display. So I am so curious to hear from you, like, your process of the design a little bit more, because in example, having this Alma Thomas tapestry, I mean, this is a very, I would call it a flashy room, right? Like each room makes you is surplus. The Women in Revolt, the image that we've been looking at for some time now, has these like, yeah, very interesting strategies of display. And I almost feel like that's just as important to talk about, or I think it is just as important to talk about as is collection building, because that's always breaking barriers, right? It's like this sort of what you're used to, how you used to move through space. Were there objects that you were allowed to touch? And things like that. Like, how do you think about that in relationship to your installations?
Thank you for bringing that up. It was such a huge part of it. And it was a really interesting one because at Tate, they don't have exhibition designers. So the curators are expected to do it as part of their job. And I refused. I just said,
what is this program called? So do I have to imagine you building a model? Or
yeah. You have to imagine me doing a SketchUp model.
You do?
Well, no, an assistant curator would do a SketchUp model, but essentially, yes, imagine that. It's wild. But I said, I'm dealing with over 120 artists. There are 700 objects. I refuse to not have a designer. So we brought in designers that I've worked with before, and it was amazing. What I really wanted, that I've worked with them, and they're really intuitive. We're good together. And I said, okay, I want this to feel like it's not a Tate. I want it to feel like it's bringing you into something new. I want it to be slightly provisional and trashy, but also deeply respectful to the artist. Can you do that? And so we also had to cram in a lot of things. And so we used these Douglas fir, I'm Scottish, Douglas fir boards that all came apart and could be, the materials were used by technicians in their studios. The display cases that you can see at the bottom, they went on tour with the exhibition. And these label things, so these are compressed paper boards that you get in community centers, in doctors' offices. And we used them throughout the space so that it felt like the environment those women were in, but elevated to be respectful. And one of my favorite things was, sorry, I'm taking up loads of time, but the shop, we had badges as a motif, all the kind of protest badges, and the shop wouldn't remake them. They didn't think they'd sell. And I was like, oh, of course they will. So to be naughty, I got them remade, and then I put them on these boards so people could steal them. So every day people were stealing hundreds of these badges that I put up, which made me very happy indeed. But no, it was totally crucial in storytelling and in trust, and that you got it, that you got what they were doing. So thank you for asking that.
Yeah, I will say likewise, the exhibition design was it was like we started working with design immediately. Our designer was Melinda Zofel, and she and I and our colleagues worked really closely from the beginning. And you know, we also partnered with a Black Brooklyn design duo of Black Market Vintage, Jana and Kiana Handy, on our lobby space. So I wanted you to walk off the elevators and feel like you were walking into Black Brooklyn, essentially. And, you know, they totally understood the assignment. I was really inspired, as I said earlier, by historic Black homes and what it meant to kind of make space out of the limited space that you were given. And I think it was interesting, the conversation that was circulating earlier around, you know, I think what we were skating around was the different and uneven access to the modes of cultural production historically and art historically. And I think, you know, forms like photography, forms like collage and scrapbooking and, you know, curating, you know, homes were like artistic creative practices that Black communities in particular had access to. And there was a generosity to the visual. There's like kind of an aesthetic of fullness. And this is across many communities where you go into homes and you see this kind of display of visual material and visual culture. And so, and I wish I had a slide, but you know, when you walk into the installation, you immediately, in the space where you get oriented, you also can sit down, lounge. Like I wanted it to, I was like, I want vibes, you know, vibes, I want color. I want, you know, I want people to feel like they belong here. Like they're not like happened upon and it's like accidental, like it's uncomfortable, they don't want to sit, they're tired, they're waiting for somebody. Like I wanted people to feel like this was a space they could just like be in, like hang out. And so design was critical. But then also because I wanted each gallery, each framework to feel like a radically different experience from the one preceding it. Quite intentionally, no thread, no narrative. I wanted it to be kind of like these radical answers to these questions. And so on purpose, we needed the design to like move people through space very intentionally, according to the experiences we wanted them to have. And so I will just end by saying in the gallery, several seats where we're thinking about power here. You know, we're thinking about, you know, taking these portraits quite literally down a notch. These are seated portraits, historic American art portraits, really important works in our collection. And the idea was that we were going to hang them low to the ground as a way, like take several seats, you know, like as a form of critique so that you could walk up and look down on them, like changing the power relation, changing the dynamic. Like when you would go into the gallery, if they're hung kind of at the traditional sight line, you look up at these figures. And that was very troubling for both the experience of the viewer, but also to us as an institution, you know, thinking about like, well, why are we having our visitors look up upon these people, you know? And I think also too, our viewers were like really interested in the truth, like about these, whatever that may be. It's a complex, you know, notion, but it's like, people want to know, who are these people? Why are they in the collection? How do we get this painting? And so, you know, in thinking about like bringing these down a notch so that people, what we actually end up doing, I mean, it was a form of curatorial, it was a design choice, a curatorial choice as a way of kind of critiquing or like problematizing our relationship to these portraits. But what actually ended up happening too is we created greater access, especially to the glaze works. Now you can actually see them, but then also accessibility, people who are shorter in stature, people who are in mobility devices, people who are just tired and want to sit down, can now look at them. You know, of course we put strategically so that you could face away from them, like you could turn your back on them and like choose to look at at something else, or you can look face to face. We wanted to give people options to like navigate the space in ways that felt comfortable and intuitive to their experience. And so design was like absolutely critical. And you know, there's a runway, that is a runway down the center. Prompting people to take up space in the gallery was of course inspired by an actual experience within the gallery that we witnessed. RuPaul's Drag Race contestants came through to see Terry Mugler, and they were kind of voguing in their full glory. You know, with our Gilded Age ladies, portraits of Gilded Age ladies in the background. And I was like, you know what, I want every single visitor to have that experience. So we created this space where we like literally we centered the audience. Like people are walking through, you're centered in this space. And it's amazing how many people we have strut, but design enabled the visitor's experience with the collection. And I tell you, we have more people looking at these portraits than we have in the last, like, I swear, decade, you know, and they're looking now because we've invited them to. And so, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Well, on that note of invitation, thank you so much for inviting us into this conversation.
Can't wait to come. You're going, right? Yeah, I'm gonna come Monday. Let me know what you think.
We're running, I know, a little bit over. This is so exciting, though. It's been such an incredible day. And I'm going to invite now, no pressure, Kishvar, to summarize it all. Kishvar Rizvi, the Robert Lehman Professor in the History of Art here at Yale University, and affiliated newly with the School of Architecture, I have just learned, to give us some closing remarks. Let me find your intro slide. There we go.
Thank you. So there are two types of closing remarks, the ones that sum up the day and the ones that maybe open up other questions. And so I'm going to do the latter because I think we've had such a rich day. And I first of all want to thank Christina and Gemma for inviting me to participate in this exciting conference. And I've learned so much from you over the years because I've brought my students here and I teach here and I also use the collections. But it's really wonderful to acknowledge the deep commitment to research and pedagogy that the center has and always has. And so it's been a really inspiring day. And I have to admit that I also do feel like a little bit of an interloper. I'm an architect as well as an architectural historian, and my focus is primarily on West and South Asia. And I've been teaching about the Global Museum to my undergraduates as well as a grad seminar for many years, in which we go to the United Arab Emirates to study the manners in which some of the newest nations in the world utilize cultures to brand themselves. And that's a question that I wanted us to maybe leave with, is that we've been thinking about very long histories of museums, but what happens in newer contexts where museums actually aren't part of the cultural process or even aren't really very sort of much at home. So that I just wanted to sort of put that as one of the ideas, that museum going is not natural to everyone. And so I think we want to really sort of focus a little bit on that too. So in addition to thinking about art, museums, and nationhood that we've been doing today, you've all spoken very eloquently about it. But my interest again is also primarily on the social and spatial roles that museums play as an urban phenomenon. And perhaps most importantly, in the context in which I work, there's a profound disconnect, another disconnect brought about precisely at the time when nations were in formation, at the turn of the 20th century and the end of European colonial enterprises. The disconnect is, of course, between where the objects were produced, say Iran or India, or Syria or Jordan, and where they currently housed. With much of the world's heritage stashed in these elite museums that we've been talking about mostly in Europe and the United States, there are many gaps in knowledge in the home countries themselves. This is particularly glaring when we know that in many parts of West and South Asia, and these are sites that I'm most familiar with, there are not enough museums or collections. And worse, there's not enough funding for conservation or documentation of what remains. As the day's conversations have amply demonstrated, in recent years, museums have become spaces for raising awareness about issues of inequity and injustice. And it's perhaps within that context that we're forced to reconsider the ways in which we talk about or don't talk about our collections. And so I'd like to offer humbly 2 thoughts that I hope briefly will be generative as the day comes to an end. And I definitely don't want to stand between you and the rest of your Friday afternoon and the sun is shining and there's a reception. So these will be very brief. The first is a project right here at Yale, and which many of you in this room, or some of you at least in this room, have contributed to. And it's an open access website at Yale. And the second is more speculative and moves beyond the idea of the museum that we've been discussing, perhaps about certain types of practice. If the first project may be seen as an act of atonement, which is the visual resources collection, the second may be viewed as imagining these new futures that the last panel discussed, of what's possible in these spaces that we occupy. And I hope that both could be viewed within the framework of repair. So at Yale, my students and I have been working on the visual resources of the Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia, which is a unified platform to gather works of art, photographs, and objects from across Yale. And I realized that I need to update Manon's bio. She is now wonderfully graduated and doing good things. Our goal is to make information accessible to anyone, anywhere in the world, in the spirit of facilitating research and sharing knowledge. The website was developed in 2020 through a grant by the United States Department of Education and is now fully supported by the university and a new Islamic art fund that was established a few years ago. Yale has, as you see right here, among the most extensive holdings in its museums and libraries, from the earliest Quran pages to works by contemporary artists. The works were collected by scholars, travelers, and photographers and women, and serve as the foundation of scholarship in archaeology, art history, numismatics, religious studies, amongst many other disciplines. In fact, Yale's encyclopedic collections have been around since the early years of the university, more than 300 years ago, and Mr. Salisbury here was the first chair of Arabic in the country, right here at Yale. He was, of course, also a Sanskritist, which you could be in those days, and it's very hard to do now. Among the earliest collections were those of papyri from Egypt and artifacts from the ancient Near East. Books and artifacts arrived in New Haven through diverse channels, archaeological excavations, missionary expeditions to the Holy Lands, travels undertaken by colonial entities across Asia, and their attendant institutions such as the Royal Asiatic Society, donations and gifts by eminent alumni, and purchases to build strength in library and museum offerings. More recent acquisitions have included early modern paintings and art by modern and contemporary artists, as I've mentioned. And as you can see, the objects span almost 2 millennia and represent the religious and cultural complexity of a region, and I'm only focusing here on the modern Middle East, that defies any easy categorization. In fact, indeed, the term modern or Middle East is itself problematic, but we use it here to subvert its colonial origins by showcasing the multiplicity of identities that were, and most importantly, continue to be, and to comprise the countries gathered therein. So since its inception, we've also broadened the scope of the collections to include South Asia and North Africa, basically what would be the discipline that I represent here, which is Islamic art and architecture. So one of the things that's really wonderful is that the VRME collection can be found in JSTOR's public collections, thus ensuring open public accessibility to diverse audiences at and beyond Yale. And so this was really an important commitment for us to have these available to the worlds from which these objects have come. So not everyone can be in New Haven, not everyone can actually access these, but JSTOR's public collections house these, and you're just a click away. what you see is an ongoing project, and we're gathering information and adding to it all the time. So I encourage you to take a look here. Feel free to look at our digital databases, and of course, always come and visit the museums themselves. And especially at this stage, when borders are getting ever more difficult to cross, digital platforms such as those I've shared, and we've talked about this in some form or the other, especially in the morning, have allowed us to aspire for greater connections that are made through equitable and intentional collaboration. Yet I have to reiterate that there is absolutely no substitute for seeing a place or a work of art in person. Fieldwork, whether it's to a site or to an archive, is key to understanding the object and the study of the subject of our study. So how can we support institutions in under-resourced countries? How can we enact the reparative work of our conversations today, and what we have begun to discuss? And again, I know that our colleagues at the Met spoke about this earlier today too. So let me give the example of the National Museum of Pakistan in Karachi, which was the first capital of Pakistan, which my students and I visited in February as part of our seminar on the colonial city. And I thought it would be appropriate since we're here at the British Art Center. The modern structure itself is a period piece, sparsely visited despite the almost free entry. 20 rupees today is less than 10 cents. Despite some treasures in the collection, the displays are often quite dusty, and the information reads as profoundly outdated because there are no curators for these collections. Artifacts from the Indus Valley civilization to the independence movement are collected in an unbroken teleology, an inevitable march to nationhood. Yet the genealogy of the museum itself reveals a history that is buried and unresolved, that of British imperial power in the subcontinent, primarily in the province of Sindh, where Karachi is located. What we see today was indeed the first purpose-built museum, and that's the one I just showed you, which was conceived in 1959, and it's not really, completed until more than a decade later. And it was moved to in the 1970s to truly represent, quote, our great cultural heritage. But in fact, the first National Museum was housed in Frere Hall, that you see down here, in 1951, just 4 years after independence, replacing the grand collections of the Victoria Museum that you see above. While these monuments remain, much of the imperial city is actually slowly disappearing, despite some heroic efforts at historical preservation. So how do you account for the difficult histories, such as occupation and empire? What does repair mean if the nation constantly enforces and reinforces amnesia? Efforts by institutions such as the Heritage Foundation of Pakistan to establish a national register have been successful in preserving certain monuments, mostly of the British elite, but not so of whole neighborhoods outside the cantonment, and that's what actually these are. Many of which, as this image shows, were in the native or the black town. And what's really important to note is that many of these monuments were actually built by local elites, who were Zoroastrian or Hindu or Jewish. These areas are of particular concern and urgency as they're evidence of lives no longer visible in any other form. A once multi-religious society, of course, has suffered what nationhood does, reduce identity. So in fact, as our discussions today have shown, nationalism is epitomized not only by the stories it tells, but those it seeks to erase. The nation is a fiction, indeed a trap, as Stephanie brought up, but can we subvert its power by guerrilla tactics? And I think, again, the last panel helped us really see what those guerrilla tactics might be. And to bring the museum outside, as my earlier slides showed, how do we bring the museum actually outside of its own walls? How do we engage with the communities, but how do we actually make those efforts to be, in the city, in the community, in the country that you actually are in and where you exist. And how do we think about fragmenting it and reconstituting those stories that have been left unsaid? How do we make space, in fact, for justice that makes accountable in the here and now, but also into the future? So I'm going to end here, and thank you all for being here. And I think now is when Christina is going to invite you, or I can, to please join us outside for a reception and to speak a little bit more with our audience, but also with our speakers and panelists. So thank you, everyone. And thank you, Christina.